Chapter 621. Hey, Ash, you really gonna play dirty like this? Kelly Bay, one of the quartet of different species, spat out in anger, but I stood my ground and yelled back just as fiercely. There's no such thing as playing dirty in a competition. Just surrender already. There was no way I was going to lose to Duskbringer. The command over the Black Dragon subjugation operation was at stake. I was desperate too. From within my arms, Hannibal, struggling fiercely, shouted with a face full of resentment. That's really low, Your Highness. Quiet, you. I need to win this. Now. Go ahead and convince your comrades to surrender. As I threatened Hannibal, Zennies, watching from the stands, couldn't bear the dreadful sight and tried to intervene. Hannibal, Daddy's coming to save you. Of course, he was immediately restrained by the guards. Even as he was dragged away, Zennies kept screaming, causing a commotion, while Hannibal covered his face with his hands, seemingly embarrassed. Boo! Jeers poured down from the stands toward me. Disgusting, vile, but some still liked the bad prince, and various other reactions were heard. I calmly spread my arms and took in the jeers, enjoying the villain role like a professional wrestler reveling in the audience's boos. Every show needs a villain, after all. Heh. No, it's not about being a villain. You're actually doing something terrible. Junior, looking uneasy, asked Hannibal, "Are you okay?" And Hannibal cheerfully responded, "I'm okay." Feeling somewhat guilty for being the only bad guy here, I tickled Hannibal's side once more. Hannibal screamed with laughter, and this act was too much for the quartet of different species, who agonizingly clutched their heads. Ash, you rookie, let my assistant go. Ash, I didn't see you like this before. Prince Ash, honestly, I did see you like this. You seem quite talented, Captain. I would have scouted you during my bandit days. Ha ha ha. You've got 1 minute. Surrender within a minute. Anyway, this was how it was between our main party, the kidnappers, and the outsiders who had their comrade taken from them. Both parties were screaming at each other, locked in a standoff. That's when it happened. The bodies of the 4 representatives of different species, who had been glaring at me in anger, suddenly began to be wrapped in an incredible aura. Whoa! An unprecedented terrifying surge of magic power wrapped around the 4. The representatives of the different species let out a roar and emitted an enormous magical power in all directions. Dumbfounded, I gaped, sweating coldly. What? Why are they suddenly awakening in anger because their precious comrade was kidnapped? What's this? As everyone was taken aback, a calm voice came from the stands. Oh, it seems to have started. Turning around, I saw the Emperor sitting in the stands. I was furious at him for blabbing about our affair to Duskbringer yesterday, wanting to blame this tattletale, but the situation at hand was more frightening. I gestured toward the 4 species representatives and asked, "Started? What exactly is happening? Why are these people suddenly becoming super outsiders? Didn't I tell you before? The gods of each species have moved south through the spirit realm and decided to lend their strength to this front." The Emperor nodded. "And their method is to select their avatars, that is, representatives, to wield their power on their behalf." Does that mean? Yes. It seems that the selection has just been made. So, during the martial arts tournament, and of all times against our party, and precisely now when I've kidnapped a precious comrade, the gods of the species have chosen these 4 as their avatars. Arg. Why did it have to be a power-up event at this timing? From how it looks, I'm destined to be defeated as the villain. And it's actually happening. Whoa. Emitting streams of magical power that matched the colors of their respective species guardians, Evergreen, Evered, Evergold, Everblue. Having completed their power-up, the chosen ones of each species glared at me with menacing eyes. I hiccuped involuntarily. The audience was ecstatic over this classic cliché power-up scene. Wow! Outsiders! Outsiders! Give the prince a good hit. Tickle him on the side just like he did. Even worse. We're okay with even worse. What's to like, you masochistic viewers? Stop asking for weird stuff. That's when it happened. While I was distracted by the Four's power-up and the noisy reactions around me. Arg! Hannibal quietly slipped out of my embrace and smoothly escaped, riding on the Earth Spirit. What? My mouth fell open. This tactic. The one used against the Scarecrow Legion commander. And to think, I was the one who had instructed him on this. It was all taught by Your Highness. Hannibal grinned, sliding away on the spirit, escaping the scene. I told you, I can hold my own. Damn it. Underestimating him because he was considered the weakest in fighting power among the outsiders was a mistake. Hannibal had already become a formidable mercenary. My son is doing great dash. Zennies, having made a comeback in the stands, was cheering loudly and proudly. And at the same time, the 4 representatives of different species, having completed their power-up of rage and justice, charged at me like bulls. Damn it. No choice. Get ready for battle. At my command, the main party members also hastily took up their battle stances. Whoa! With the audience's cheers, our 2 parties clashed. Fortunately, the battle ended quickly without anyone getting hurt. The problem was the divine power that had inhabited the bodies of the 4 species representatives. Having received such formidable power for the first time, the quartet couldn't control their bodies properly and eventually collapsed on the spot, groaning in pain like people who had overeaten. Why at this timing? Kelly Bay murmured, trembling on the arms propped against the ground, before finally collapsing with a thud. At this timing, for this to happen, in front of the collapsed representatives of the different species, our main party members wiped the sweat that had formed on their chins with the backs of their hands. Though it was brief before they collapsed, the power of the divine within those 4 was extraordinary. Had we properly fought, it's really uncertain how the battle would have ended. If I had known they'd self-destruct like this, there was no need for this kidnapping drama. The 4 species representatives being carried on stretchers to the temple for recuperation, and Hannibal walking amiably with Zennies into the market street as they exited, while cheers and applause were showered on those leaving. Boo! Playful jeers flew from all directions towards our party, who were declared the ultimate victors. Well, I brought it upon myself, so I can't complain. Being treated as the villain, it's been a while. Damien grinned. That reminded me of the Blazing Coliseum incident. Back then, with these members, we overturned the victory odds set against us by the monster teams, winning despite the jeers and mockery. Seeing the same memory reflected in the smiles of the main party members. Winning with support is fun, but smashing everything as the villainous underdog has its own joys. Well, good. I chuckled and waved towards the stands. Shall we emerge victorious as fitting villains amidst the jeers this time? Oh, senior, you've ruined the mood again. Evangeline muttered something from behind. But quiet. Now that it's come to this, let's go with the villain concept for this martial arts tournament. I then covered my face with my hands, wickedly curling the corners of my mouth. I turned to the main party members and bluffed. All right, you two. Switch to villain mode. On the double. Oh, switching to villain mode? Confused, the main party members looked at each other before earnestly scrunching up their faces, following my lead. It's time for me to return to being the bad Lucas who skips academy classes. Heh. These eyes, darkness suits them. Go gold light. I got this from my mother. The gold light. Crossroad is mine dash. Watching each party member do their best to immerse themselves in the villain role, I thought to myself, honestly, you guys don't seem to have much talent for this. The tournament progressed smoothly. A little past lunchtime, the semifinals began. And our opponents in the semifinals were Glory Knights, the strongest knights of the Empire. Defeat the prince. Tickle him on the ribs. Torment him. It was the Glory Knights. As Hecate and the rest of the knights entered the stadium, they were surprised by this unexpected wave of support, their eyes going wide. The rest of the knights also seemed taken aback by the sudden cheers, understandably confused since they hadn't been part of this front line for long. But all this passionate support is all thanks to our main party's switch to villains, right? Following that, as we entered the stadium with all our might, enthusiastic jeers and playful whistles filled the air from all around, especially since the heroes who had been defeated and eliminated by us uncles, terrifying sisters, new outsiders, and others were leading the jeering, trading our party members as they please, using all sorts of dirty tricks to win. Being handsome is everything? Is it all about the salary? Is a festival enough? Sweet. Seems sweet and sour? Anyway, boo. I raised my hands, contentedly laughing at their jeers. Any reaction is good for the show's success, after all. Thank you, comrades. Boo. Among them, Nameless seemed not to understand why she was booing but was the most enthusiastic. You too. Before the match began, as I scanned the stands, my eyes met with Duskbringers, who stood aloof and alone. Perhaps she came to scout her opponents for the finals. I smiled brightly, but Duskbringer snorted and turned her head away abruptly. So cold. The sunlight is adequately blocked. Before today's match, a large canopy had been installed over the stadium to cover the entire area. This was after learning that the Glory Knights could not be exposed to sunlight. Thanks to this, the stadium was covered in a suitable shadow. This match should be fair, without any conditions affecting it. As I murmured softly, Lucas nodded satisfactorily and smiled. The match was ready to begin. Our main party and the Glory Knights stood at opposite ends of the stadium, quietly staring at each other. The cheers and jeers filling the ears began to fade away. Waiting for the battle to start, the 10 heroes started to focus entirely on each other. And then, ding-dash, with the sound of the bell signaling the start of the match, everyone in our party except Lucas rushed towards the fake dragon. At the same time, 4 of the Glory Knights' Dark Knights also charged towards the fake dragon. It had been agreed upon beforehand. In this match, these 8 would not engage in direct combat but would focus on tackling the fake dragon. The reason was to create a stage where the 2 knights could fully focus on their duel. Lucas, having drawn his wooden sword, lightly warmed up as he walked towards the center of the stadium. From the opposite side, Hecate, who had been holding an umbrella, smoothly folded it and, tying it with a string, also lightly walked towards the center of the stadium. The blowing wind fluttered Hecate's white dress and white-brimmed hat. Hecate, having taken a deep breath of the air from the south, lazily opened her eyes and looked up at the canopy filling the sky. Nice weather. A faint smile formed on her lips. Enough for even spirits to dance. Swoosh dash. The next moment, Hecate, pushing off the ground with the tip of her shoe, flew towards Lucas, and the 2 knights clashed. Wooden sword and umbrella tangled in the air. Clashing swords and matching strength, they laughed. I feel like I could die without any regrets now. It's too early for that kind of talk, Hecate. Lucas, applying force to his wooden sword, pushed Hecate's umbrella back sharply. There's so much you haven't done yet, for instance, he shouted, charging in. Like losing to me dash. As this oddly heartwarming squabble between the 2 knights unfolded, I, watching from a distance, felt a strange warmth. Your Highness. A reluctant voice came from beside me. HM? What? Turning around, Damien was sweating profusely, gesturing with his hand. I found it, the reverse scale. Damien's words made our team members' shoulders stiffen. You should have read the room and searched a bit slower. Like, give those 2 some time to duel after such a long time. Hearing Damien's words, the shoulders of the 4 Dark Knights, who had been diligently searching for the reverse scale on the fake dragon, also stiffened. Hush! We quietly eyed each other. Sorry, but... Damien smiled like an angel and then suddenly drew his bow. We're supposed to be the villains right now, aren't we? This guy, sticking so faithfully to his role. The next moment, Damien's arrow was knocked, and the 4 Dark Knights sprang into action to block the arrow. Junior, Evangeline, and I joined in as well. Not yet. Damn it. Chapter 622. No matter the circumstances around them, whether the audience cheered or jeered, regardless of how their comrades fought, or whether the item in their hand was a real sword or not, it didn't matter. Lucas and Hecate were completely absorbed in each other, exchanging blows with their swords. Neither of them backed down an inch, exchanging sword strikes with their utmost effort. Years had passed since their graduation. Both of them had honed their swordsmanship in their respective hells. They were trained in battlefields where not killing meant not surviving. They paved the way for their respective rulers by washing the roads built of corpses with blood. Both of them had changed. Their swordsmanship had changed as well. However, the core, the essence of their sword principles, remained unchanged. The foundation of being a swordsman, the basics they had trained together during their school days, stacked at the very bottom, remained entirely intact from that time, and so both of them were reassured. Though they had each fallen into their own hells, both Lucas and Hecate still maintained their selves. Swoosh! The wooden sword and the umbrella being pushed against each other, the two knights created distance between themselves. Hecate, gripping the handle with both hands, slowly lifted the umbrella above her head. Lucas also gripped the handle with both hands, lowering the wooden sword and crouching down as much as possible. Hecate, taking the high position, and Lucas, taking the low position. The two knights, adopting completely opposite stances, stared fiercely at each other, just like the battle they had on the day of their graduation ceremony. And then, the outcome was decided in an instant. Thud! Lucas, with a fearsome momentum, rushed towards Hecate, delivering a strike as he leapt from the ground. Hecate, like a matador smoothly dodging a bull, smoothly brought her umbrella down. Slash! The wooden sword was cut in half. It was a reproduction of the graduation ceremony duel. Hecate thought she had won just like on that day. However, ugh! The remaining half of the wooden sword did not stop. Lucas's wooden sword, smoothly continuing its sword path, drew an elegant arc and, the next moment Hecate blinked, stopped right in front of Hecate's neck. Lucas had anticipated from the beginning that Hecate would cut down his wooden sword and set his sword path such that even with the remaining blade, he could subdue Hecate. The sword was broken, but Lucas won the duel. Following Lucas's motion, a whirlwind belatedly swept through, and Hecate's wide-brimmed hat gently lifted into the air before falling to the ground. Hecate slowly lowered her umbrella to the ground and then raised both hands. "You've grown, Lucas. If it were our school days, the moment you cut the sword would have been your victory." Lucas also slowly retrieved his wooden sword. But in real battle, it doesn't end there, right? There's no teacher to blow the whistle for a draw, no school uniforms to protect us, no school fences, none of it anymore. Hecate chuckled. "We've become adults." The world outside the school was cruel, and both of them had adapted. The deciding factor was just one: how much more they had mulled over their last duel. Lucas had constantly pondered how to fight to win in that duel and had drawn his answer. And thus he proved it. "I've lost," Hecate conceded with a cheerful voice, and Lucas added slowly, "Next time." "Huh. Next time. Let me hear your answer." Hecate's eyes widened as Lucas gave an awkward smile. "How will you move to block this move?" "I'll be waiting for our next duel, Hecate." The corners of Hecate's mouth slowly formed a smile too, because Lucas's earnest gaze was really no different from their school days. "I'm relieved. You've grown but changed a lot, yet you're still you, Lucas." "You too, Hecate." And Lucas slowly turned his head. "So is our Lord." Lucas's gaze shifted towards the fake dragon. Damien was firing rubber-tipped arrows wildly, and the others were doing their utmost to block them. An arrow slipped through Ash's fingers as he jumped up. Ash screamed and rolled on the ground, and the arrow that got through was blocked by Evangeline with her shield instead. As if he never screamed, Ash clapped his hands wildly. "Our Lord has lost his memory." Lucas watched quietly before looking back at Hecate. "He has changed a lot." He's no longer the person from our school days. But when he talks about protecting the world, that grand and far-fetched goal, the smile that appears on his face then, it's still the same as back then. It's the light of the person I decided to follow for the rest of my life. Suddenly, the images from their school days flashed before Hecate's eyes. The black-haired boy walking at the forefront, with a haggard look. The blonde boy always standing firmly behind the black-haired boy. And herself, with beige hair, checking on the blonde boy and following beside him. When Hecate opened her eyes again, the images of their youth vanished like an illusion, and they were replaced with their adult selves. Graduating from school, surviving in a harsh world, we keep changing, but if there is one thing that doesn't change, if there is one thing we should keep, isn't that enough? With that, we are still ourselves. Lucas smiled softly. I try to keep that unchanging thing. Much had changed, but still insensitive, still following only their master, still wanting to duel with oneself. Facing such a face of first love, Hecate couldn't help but burst into laughter. Coming to this festival was a good decision. Really? Separate from the duel between the two knights, this side evolved into a situation where Evangeline, Junior, me, and four black knights were twisting our bodies to block the rubber-tipped arrows shot by Damien. Even dodging water cannons and whip chains shot by the fake dragon. Damien va fake dragon Lily, vs the other 7. A similar setup, so to speak. In the end, Damien won. Eventually, the arrows began to rotate in a whirlwind shoot in midair. Can't you stop cheating? Luckily, the duel between Lucas and Hecate ended first. It was a relief to escape this ridiculous situation of potentially thwarting our team's victory. After the duel, with faces refreshed, the two knights bowed to each other and turned away. Wow! Clap, 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 clap. Applause poured from the audience for the splendid duel between the two knights. Cheers also came our way for the hard work. I patted the shoulders of the black knights who had suffered with me. The black knights felt awkward but soon exchanged greetings with laughter with our members. How warm. Now, the finals. Our final opponent would be Duskbringer and the Dragonblood Knights, who had advanced earlier from the semifinals. The defending champion of the last martial arts tournament, the Duchess of Bringer Kingdom, and the warriors from the west, known as the Berserkers. All members are a luxurious configuration of SSR grade. Turning my head, I saw Duskbringer standing blankly in the audience, looking at me. Her 4 knights were neatly lined up behind her. We exchanged silent glances. Suddenly, I remembered the declaration of war she sent me 2 years ago. Even then, she had challenged me to a duel over Crossroad. Perhaps we were always destined to fight like this. No, apart from that. Suddenly, it turned into a staring contest. Duskbringer and I glared at each other, seeing who would look away first. Ugh! Eventually, Duskbringer was the first to look away. Unable to bear it, Duskbringer blinked her big eyes, her cheeks reddening with frustration as she gritted her teeth and then turned away. Hee. Looks like I've won the psychological warfare. While my eyes were bloodshot during the staring contest, Damien was healing me, and Lucas stood in front of me with a much brighter expression after defeating Hecate. Another revenge match, it seems. I'm looking forward to it. Now that you mention it. Last time, it was Lucas who faced Duskbringer in the finals of the martial arts tournament. He was utterly defeated then. At that time, the use of swords was prohibited in the tournament, and we had to fight purely with our bodies. It was unreasonable to win against a half-dragon. Lucas, with a face full of confidence, drew a new wooden sword and raised it into the air. But this time we have swords, and I have diligently trained since then. This time I will have my revenge. You're brimming with confidence just because I lost, Lucas. Even though Hecate lost, her expression brightened. The mindset of swordsmen is indeed complex. Then Junior asked me cautiously, "By the way, Your Majesty, are you sure it's okay?" The Duchess seems to be really fired up. Heh, I'm fired up too. I cracked my knuckles menacingly. The 5v5 PvP tactic against the Dragonblood Knights had been established a long time ago. Since Duskbringer sent a declaration of war 2 years ago, I meticulously prepared for this eventuality. For this martial arts tournament, we rigorously trained our party members in this tactic from the start to defeat Duskbringer. Almost half of the training period was spent preparing for this. Berserkers from the West? Dragonblood Knights? All SSR? Who cares? Bring them all on. They are well within the scope of my strategy. I'll use every dirty trick I've prepared in advance to take them down. Like a true villain, I'll drag the previous champion down from the ring and wrap the belt around my waist. I covered my face with my hands and laughed wickedly. The main party members exchanged glances and then smiled kindly at me, as if saying, "Let him enjoy." "What, you guys? If you have something to say it." Thus, an hour later, the main event of this festival, the martial arts tournament, and its climax, the final round, finally began. The weight of the name finals, the renown of the two parties stepping up to fight, and the lingering sadness for the festival reaching its end. For various reasons, the audience was packed, and everyone waited for the match with faces full of anticipation. Until about 5 minutes ago, that was, Ack. Run, everyone run. You'll die if you get caught. Most of the people sitting in the audience were screaming and running away. In the sky, dark clouds swirled, and the atmosphere vibrated with suffocating magical power. Not only the people but also the animals in the vicinity ran away with faces filled with terror. Dragon fear, the wide area fear technique of the dragon species, dominating the surroundings with its mere presence. No, it wasn't just dragon fear. Clearly, a murderous magical power was swirling around violently. Wiping the cold sweat off my forehead, I directly faced the opponent who had caused this situation. Duskbringer. She, walking slowly towards us, looked quite different from usual. A pair of red horns on her small forehead, a pair of red wings made of blood membranes under both shoulder blades, and a red tail protruding from below her back. As the eyes wrapped above the cheeks with emerging red scales opened, her amber dragon eyes were completely surrounded by whites that had turned black. Dragonblood frenzy? Using this insane risk technique here and now, I uttered with a grimace. Your Grace? Sorry, but this isn't a battlefield. It's a martial arts tournament. It may be warmth that warms the world. Duskbringer responded with something out of the blue. But ultimately, it's the blade that kills and saves people. So, TL note. Basically, she's saying that kindness may bring warmth to the world, but it's the blade that will actually save people. Gerdash. Dazzling sunset-colored magical power swirled and gathered, then condensed into the form of a giant greatsword in Duskbringer's hands. Swoosh. The martial arts tournament's restraint orb, meant to limit magical power and hanging on her wrist, couldn't withstand the force and evaporated into thin air. We all stood with our mouths agape at this unbelievable show of power. This dragon, is serious. I will become the blade. To protect you, I will defeat you, Ash. Duskbringer, pointing the greatsword forward, looked at me calmly. If you cannot defeat even me, you stand no chance against the black dragon. If you truly wish to defeat the evil dragon, then overcome this trial. Thud. Duskbringer, kicking off the ground, flapped her wings and soared into the air. Then in the blink of an eye, she charged directly at me. My main party members looked at me with pale faces, as our tactics against the Dragonblood Knights had never included a situation like this. My lord, what do we do in this case? For now, I screamed and turned around. Run dash. Boom. At the same time, the great sword that Duskbringer had slammed down exploded with magical power, blowing away the floor of the arena. Chapter 623. Dragonblood Frenzy. It was a negative trait of Duskbringer that existed even in the game. But it was just that, existing. It had never been used when allied, nor had it been used when appearing as an enemy. It was merely acknowledged as a background setting for having such a negative trait. The conditions for its activation were complex, involving her having to reclaim the blood essence she had distributed among her 4 direct knight subordinates. Naturally, such an action would result in the loss of their former powers for these Dragon Blood Knights. Hence, Duskbringer was currently employing a workaround. Her 4 Dragon Blood Knights were kneeling on one side of the arena, connected to Duskbringer by a stream of red magical power. It seemed that she was reclaiming the blood essence through this magical conduit. This would prevent the knights from losing their powers permanently, but they would be unable to join the battle immediately. Kneeling and sending back the blood essence through the connected magical conduit, the 4 knights looked pitifully at their master. A trace of sad regret crossed the face of the leading old knight Endymion. Is it worth triggering such a rampage to this extent? Boom! Arg! Its worth might be uncertain, but its destructive power is absolutely tremendous. All attacks from Duskbringer, now in a state of dragonblood frenzy, transformed into that of a dragon species, spreading destruction over a wide area. A single basic attack would devastate an area, sending shockwaves in all directions. She literally became a boss monster. It might look somewhat powerful this way, but the downside was not over yet. The next problem is, it shaves off the lifespan. It's unclear what exactly lifespan means to a half-human, half-dragon who lives for hundreds of years in the game setting, but it's certainly mentioned as a demerit. During Dragonblood Frenzy, the holder's lifespan is reduced. Ha! Right now, Duskbringer was throwing away her own life to win the martial arts tournament finals and gain the command rights for the operation to subdue the Black Dragon. This is a big problem too, but the biggest reason I didn't use Dragonblood Frenzy in the game is dash. Hi-Oa dash. It makes one lose their mind. Distinctions between friend and foe blur, and her existence shifts more towards that of a dragon, or more accurately, a monster. In the game, it was implemented such that she would attack allies out of control. And here, in reality, she opened her mouth wide, spewing terrifying golden light from her eyes. Tremendous magical power condensed between her unique sharp teeth. This is it. Are you serious, Your Grace? This is too much. Then, surrender quickly. With a breath, Duskbringer gathered her breath. We, terrified, nevertheless rolled away in unison, just as we had trained for dragon species tactics. And then, the next moment, swoosh dash, boom! The dragon breath unleashed by Duskbringer exploded. The arena was completely devastated, and the unceded southern plains were split in half, tearing the area apart. Arg! Breath! Dodge to the sides dash. As Evangeline said this while holding up her shield, she was blown far away by the tail end of the breath. Arg! Evangelion! Why block that when I said to dodge? Luckily, she seemed not too badly hurt thanks to her transcendent defense and damage save, though seeing her roll far away on the ground meant returning to the match was out of the question. Swoosh dash! Following the breath attack, Duskbringer, who had charged towards us, performed a graceful spin. Her tail, adorned with red magical power, swept towards us as it gathered massive energy. It was a floor attack. Remember jump rope. Dodge at the same time. 1, 2. I was about to count 3, but the tail attack came at 2. Ah! Missing the timing, I, along with Junior, who was also physically weak, screamed at the same time. We can't dodge. Hop! Then Lucas, gasping for breath, grabbed both me and Junior by the nape and yanked us upwards with a jump. The Duskbringer's tail attack just swept beneath our feet, scouring the ground. Dragon, damn scary. But now, I'm starting to see the pattern. Upon hearing my words, the main party members nodded together. The red dragon is, after all, a dragon species. The patterns are fundamentally similar to those of the black dragon. If we apply the dragon species countertactics we've trained so far, we can manage. As we withstood the following breath and tail attacks, Duskbringer frowned in annoyance. All right, I was going to end this by giving you a proper beating, but if you're going to keep resisting like this, then, grasping a sword imbued with twilight magical power, she charged at us. No choice but to get rougher dash. Lucas then gritted his teeth and stepped forward, drawing a sword hilt from his belongings. It was the bestowed sword. I brought it just in case, and look what happens. From the empty hilt, a blade of light emerged, and Lucas clashed it against Duskbringer's great sword. Clang dash. With a clear sound of swords clashing, Lucas's blade of light was easily shattered to pieces. Ugh! Lucas, gritting his teeth, twisted his body to dodge the continuous strikes from the great sword. Realizing he couldn't match her in power in a head-on fight, Lucas began to buy time by parrying the great sword's side with the blade of light that surged again. Regain your senses, your grace. What do you think you're doing? I am in my right mind, knight. This is a martial arts tournament. It's not a matter of life and death. We are allies. It may be a martial arts tournament, but it's also a tactical evaluation. And the Duskbringer roared fiercely. The black dragon won't welcome you with wooden swords and water guns. Will it dash? The Duskbringer leaped high and slammed her great sword down. Lucas, having covered his body with a golden aura using divine descent, attempted to counter with a sword strike wrapped in strike of will. But this is impossible. Feeling an instinctive danger just before the swords clashed, he kicked off the ground and rolled away to evade. Boom! The exploded arena floor spat dirt and sand into the sky. From within that dust cloud, Duskbringer's golden eyes glinted menacingly. You're quite good at running away, and you call yourself a knight. Being a knight is not about how one fights, but how one lives one's life. Even while sweating profusely, Lucas calmly responded. Wouldn't your grace agree? Daring to lecture me about life? Insolent! The Duskbringer, kicking off the ground, rushed at Lucas in an instant. Lucas continued to narrowly evade the great sword, dragging out the time. Dragons are powerful, but they are large. Each attack is formidable, but their large movements are slow and full of openings. Therefore, by recognizing the patterns in advance and evading early, this is the basic tactic when facing dragon species. You're doing well, Lucas. I inwardly praised Lucas. While Lucas was buying time, Junior, Damien, and I were preparing a countermeasure. Screech. And Junior completed her magic. What is the most effective magic against boss monsters held by the Nightmare Legion? Naturally, it's Junior's ultimate move, Elemental Disassembly. Hop Dash. With the ultra-fast chanting feature attached to the staff, Rod of Crimson, Junior completed casting her ultimate move in 3 minutes and used Elemental Disassembly. Zing! A halo appeared in the sky, chopping up the target's magic power. I won't let you. Suddenly, a knight rushed in front of us. He was Endymion, the leading knight under Duskbringer. This handsome old man with neatly combed white hair incredibly blocked Junior's staff with his body in a nimble movement. Elemental Disassembly was taken by Sir Endymion, and Duskbringer was still unscathed. But knowing this would happen, Junior smirked and continued to aim her staff. I had a trump card prepared as well dash. Another feature of Rod of Crimson. That is multicasting. It can cast several spells simultaneously at the cost of consuming an immense amount of magic power. Normally, due to its terrible efficiency, there's no reason to use it, but now is an emergency. And Junior could borrow magic power from the future using her SSR-grade magician robe. Past futures. To make a long story short, anyway, she had precast several instances of the cheat ultimate move, Elemental Disassembly, Ting, Ting, Ying, and made it possible to fire them in succession. Elemental Disassembly was completed one after another. However, the remaining knights rushed in to take the hit in succession. From the beginning, the knights seemed to have been waiting, concerned about Junior's magic, and took the hits with their bodies. Ugh, I'm so dizzy. After firing 4 shots in a row, Junior collapsed, nose bleeding. Simultaneously, the 4 knights hit by Elemental Disassembly also knelt on the ground. The Duskbringer laughed heartily, looking our way. Ha ha ha! Run out of trump cards, have you? What will you do now, Ash? but I also smiled. What do you think, Your Grace? It seems like you're also running out of trump cards. The Dusk Bringer was taken aback. The darkness that had shrouded her scara was dissipating. It was a sign that the Dragonblood frenzy was ending. All 4 knights were hit by elemental disassembly. Naturally, the magic connection to Duskbringer was severed, and the supply of blood essence was halted. As Duskbringer's Dragonblood frenzy faded without enough blood essence to sustain the rampage, she shouted, "Before that happens, I'll just have to take all of you down dash." The Duskbringer, with a resounding roar, kicked off the ground and flew towards me. Lucas, trying to intercept, was unable to withstand a tail strike launched by Duskbringer like a sneak attack and was blown away. Evangeline, who had hurried back, blocked the great sword with her shield but was sent flying again. And at the same time, "I found it, Your Highness!" Damien shouted. "The reverse scale, below the fake dragon's neck." "Good. Go for it, Damien." Damien had been continuously searching for the game's turning point, the reverse scale of the fake dragon. Before I could even speak, Damien had already notched an arrow on his bowstring. "Do you think I'll just watch?" The Duskbringer was falling towards Damien. Crack! The magically wielded great sword shattered Damien's bow. "Whoa!" Damien quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender in front of him as Duskbringer exhaled a fierce breath. "Really? Why does Ash have so many trump cards?" "Ah, Your Grace is also one of His Highness's trump cards. His Highness firmly believes in Your Grace." Duskbringer flinched at Damien's following words. "That you would move like this firmly." The Duskbringer turned her fearsome gaze towards me. Eek! Swoosh! I raised a magic barrier on the ground and surfed across the arena. I had already reached right in front of the fake dragon. Judging that Duskbringer would prioritize blocking Damien's sniping, I used Damien as a decoy and then dashed towards the fake dragon the moment its reverse scale was discovered. Ash dash! Swoosh! The Duskbringer, taking off from the ground, chased after me with flapping wings. But no matter how fast Duskbringer was, the distance was already there. Checkmate! I lifted the flagpole, aiming its end at the reverse scale. Then, rushing towards me from behind and lifting her great sword, Duskbringer shouted, "Step aside, Ash. I am to command the Black Dragon subjugation. It must be me. It's my destiny. If you don't step aside, even if it's you, I'll have no choice but to cut you down." Turning slightly to look back, "No, Your Grace can't cut me," smiled brightly. "How could Your Grace possibly lay a finger on this lovely nephew of yours?" The Duskbringer, her face contorted, shouted, "For your sake, I could easily sever your limbs. Move aside now, dash. I believe in Your Grace, so I won't move." Ash! The Duskbringer, reaching me, swung down her magic great sword without hesitation. Crash! The great sword that cleaved through the neck of the fake dragon, stopping just above my head. Thump! Stopped. Not even touching the ends of my hair, Duskbringer forcefully halted it. Ah! 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 The traces of Dragonblood frenzy were disappearing from the heavily panting Duskbringer's body. Horns, wings, tail, all fading away like mist. The whites of her eyes returned to their normal state. Fess. Eventually, even the magic great sword in her hand, unable to sustain the intense magic consumption, vanished. With her long black hair, which had been neatly braided, now completely disheveled, looking up at me with a loss of fighting spirit, Duskbringer muttered with a sullen expression, "That's low, really." "I know." I smiled at her with my eyes, then thrust the flagpole forcefully towards the reverse scale of the fake dragon. Chapter 624. And so, the final match, albeit a bit rough, had taken place. Deciding to overlook it with a bit of the fantasy world's romance and my own will as the organizer. Anyway, a victor emerged. The winning party is the Prince and the Kids. The award ceremony. Each participating party took their turn to ascend the stage and receive their awards, and finally Ader called our name. Amid the crowd's cheers, jeers, applause, and whistles, we made our way onto the platform. By the way, Your Highness, since when was our party name that? Weren't we just the main party, Your Highness? Well, I just casually submitted that as our party name. Don't read too much into it. Truly, my lord is incomparable. What an exceptional naming skill. It's an excellent party name. I will remember it for a lifetime. Is this guy a loyal subject or a sycophant? No, senior, what kind of party name is this? At the very least, do something like the prince and the heir to the frontier and the kids. As the children bickered and teased each other, we ascended the platform where Serenade, holding the victory trophy, awaited us. Congratulations, Your Highness. Thank you for preparing so well again this time, Serenade. Hehe, it's my pleasure. It's a joy for me. Serenade, though looking tired from working throughout the festival, seemed in a good mood, perhaps because the event she prepared went well. I believed in you, that Your Highness would win. I cheered hard. Strongest, Prince. Victory. Go. Like this. Ah, so that's why you're in a good mood? Of course, I might have been busy and couldn't watch the other matches, but I watched all of Your Highness's matches myself. Your Highness's splendid performance somehow made me feel proud. I've recorded every moment of you fighting in the matches. As Serenade was about to continue her fangirling story, she suddenly realized she was on the award platform. Ah! With her face turning red from the dense stares, Serenade twisted her body uncomfortably, then stepped aside with her head bowed. Holding the victory trophy, I awkwardly descended from the platform. The nature of the jeers directed at me seemed to have changed somewhat. Cough. Let's just brazenly endure this here. And as a final special award, the Production Guild received the award for their contribution to the preparation of the tournament. Representative Lily, the fake dragon pilot, received a small trophy and then handed it to Sid. Sid then wiggled his chubby little hands around the trophy, clutching it tightly. Ow! And as he was about to put it in his mouth, Lily stopped him with a no, no. This scene erupted with screams and cheers from the audience. Somehow, it seemed like the reaction was even more intense than for us, the winning team. With Sid's spittle-flecked spectacular performance, the award ceremony concluded. The heroes dispersed, each hugging their prizes and trophies. So much for the tumultuous martial arts tournament. Ah, my goodness. The fall festival was also coming to an end. Now, all that remained were that damn dance festival and the fireworks marking the closing. As if by agreement, people flocked to the plaza in small and large groups, sitting down together. Those thoroughly drunk shouted, "Today, I'm paying!" spilling words they'd regret tomorrow, and bottles and snacks were passed from hand to hand, regardless of who bought them. I sat in a corner of the plaza, quietly swallowing my drink while watching the bustling crowd. People of all sorts were laughing and chatting, each enjoying their own version of the festival. My heroes, soldiers, citizens, and also the new guests were mingling together, getting drunk, and singing arm in arm. The old men and fierce sisters linked arms, while the representatives of the outsiders and the five forces mixed together in a toast. People from the west shook hands with those from the east, and the northerners and southerners exchanged traditional drinks. Members of the Production Guild kept bowing to the Glory Knights. It was an apology for an accident. The young mercenaries who didn't know how to react in front of Hecate came to apologize. We're sorry for running away without appreciating your rescue. Knights, archers, priests, magicians, laborers, and citizens all intertwined. People shared drinks, gratitude, apologies, and built connections. My grip on the drink tightened. I know. The wounds they received in the last battle haven't fully healed yet. Maybe some wounds will never heal. The end of the world is approaching. We won't live forever. After the laughter and warmth fade, new tears and pains will come. But I also know, after those tears and pains, after the harsh days of life pass, joyful days will come again, eventually. If we don't forget how to smile, people will surely find moments to smile. Today might be the last festival of this world, but it won't be the last day of joy. I must have looked terrible. Next to me, Duskbringer, hugging her small knees, suddenly spoke up. I was so focused on protecting you, I went on a rampage, on my own. I feel the same, Your Grace. I looked at Duskbringer and smiled awkwardly. I didn't want to put you at risk by acting on my own. I had to win against you. Both I and Duskbringer aimed to win this martial arts tournament, where command of the operation was at stake. That way, we could exclude each other from the upcoming Black Dragon subjugation mission. The battle would be that difficult, and both my life and Duskbringer's life would be at risk. As the commander on the front line and Duskbringer as the nemesis of the Black Dragon, we would have to face death inevitably. I know, Duchess. I understand what worries you. What aspect of me worries you? How formidable the Black Dragon is. But we are stronger together. We all had our secret weapons. It was nonsensical from the start to think of excluding anyone from us in this Black Dragon battle. We were indispensable cards. Let's go together, no matter where the darkness under the lake ends. Whether we win or lose, whether we live or die, let's go together to the end. I extended my drink to her. With her chin resting on her knees, Duskbringer looked at me with somber eyes and then slowly opened her mouth. Ash, truly you resemble the former Duchess. Was she quite handsome too? Ha ha ha. Ah, she laughed. Duskbringer finally laughed, after being sad all this time. I felt a bit relieved. She was a beautiful woman. After slowly stopping her laughter, Duskbringer picked up her drink and clinked it against mine. And she also loved festivals. Did you go to a festival with her? Once. Just once. Duskbringer closed her eyes tightly, reminiscing about that day. That day, the former Duchess told the people, drink, dance, sing, and, slowly bringing the drink to her lips, Duskbringer whispered, love. Love, my children. Love. Duskbringer, gazing down at the drink shimmering like clear water, gestured with her chin towards me. Go on then, Ash. Ha! Isn't your lover waiting over there? Turning in surprise, I saw Serenade, hesitating and glancing around in the middle of the plaza. Feeling like I had been caught by a cousin sister having a childhood friend of the opposite sex, I flailed awkwardly. No, well, to call her a lover isn't exactly wrong, but our relationship is, that is to say, the Empire's greatest playboy is acting so coy? I've said it several times, but the playboy is Ash. I mean, I am Ash, but that's not the point. You have many talents, but your ability to drive those around you to distraction in such unexpected ways is truly exceptional. Duskbringer waved her hand dismissively. Go on then, and drink, dance, sing, and love. The night of the festival is short, so make it memorable without any regrets. With a mischievous expression akin to a naughty cousin sister. I will enjoy watching you do just that. Now go! Duskbringer pushed me up and shoved me towards the plaza. Whoa! The people around immediately made way and pushed me forward. Swept along helplessly, I found myself in the center of the plaza. Serenade stood in front of me. Amidst the glowing bonfire, her bluish-green hair shimmered like a mirage. She seemed almost unreal, as if she would disappear if I reached out. Looking up at me, Serenade slowly narrowed her silver eyes. Do you know, Your Highness? Huh? What? People say that if you fall for someone attractive with a dangerous job, a bad person, you're bound to suffer. Serenade sighed deeply. Since Your Highness checks all 3 boxes, what should I do? Sorry? I apologized, not fully understanding. After giving me a meaningful glance, Serenade took a deep breath and then, as you promised, please allow me. Tonight. She extended her pale, slender hand towards me. Please be mine, just for tonight. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Ooh! And then a cheer erupted. People of all ages were covering their cheeks with their hands, squealing with delight. Only then did Serenade realize the crowd around us and frantically made excuses to me with a flushed face. I didn't mean it in a weird way. What did you say? I didn't, I swear. Just to hold you all night. Serenade shut her eyes tight and shouted. I want to dance. Honestly, while it might be a bit perverse to say, she's much cuter when she's desperate than when she's at ease. I gently wrapped my hand around the trembling fingertips of Serenade, who had her eyes tightly closed. Taking a step closer to the shivering Serenade, I whispered softly in her ear. Gladly, my partner. Wow, goosebumps. So cheesy. Did I just butter up my tongue? That was a bit like Ash. As I thought this, the band on the plaza stage began to play music. There was no grand signal to start, but everyone understood. The last event of the fall festival. The dance festival. Amid the mixture of music, cheers, sighs, and singing, Serenade and I stood close together. Her silver gaze met mine. I was the first to break into a wide smile, and Serenade couldn't help but smile back. And then, we began to dance. Casting aside all pretenses, we danced joyously to the music. Duskbringer sipped her drink, looking down at the central plaza engrossed in spontaneous dance. Everyone is indeed so young, dancing so joyfully without regard for propriety. To the lively music, those drunk on wine danced at their own pace, not minding anyone's gaze. With the Supreme Commander acting like that, since Ash was leading by example at the very center, no one hesitated to jump into the fray. Duskbringer smiled wryly, looking at Ash's sweat-soaked profile. That was when, bang, boom dash, fireworks began to spread across the dark sky. It was the fireworks display that marked the end of the fall festival. Colorful fireworks launched from various parts of the city brilliantly lit up the dark sky. The fireworks brought from all over the world differed in shape, but all were dazzlingly beautiful. As Duskbringer gazed up at them, dumbfounded, love, dusk. Suddenly, the last words left to her by the previous Duchess Bringer Day Bringer floated back to her. Don't hate, love. Duskbringer tightly closed her amber eyes. Duchess. Suddenly, a voice called out from in front. Surprised, she saw Ash, who had run up to her, and all the other companions standing there. All were drenched in sweat, smiling brightly. For a moment, Duskbringer felt dizzy. Their youthfulness, their freshness. It felt like the fireworks blooming and fading in the sky above. The brilliance and also the transience. Truly like fireworks. How long are you going to just watch? Ash, smirking mischievously, grabbed Duskbringer's hand and forcefully pulled her up. The stars in the sky are dancing. It would be improper for the Duchess to be so downcast. No, How embarrassing would it be for me to join in? Do you think I don't know how well you dance? I clearly remember the can-can dance you did at the festival 2 years ago. You remember everything, don't you, really? Hesitant, Duskbringer found herself flanked by someone on either side. Turning around, she saw her knights and the glory knights. All were smiling, awkwardly but genuinely. The dozens of barriers that had stood between them seemed to vanish for the moment. Oh, what the hell, fine. Let's do it. With no other choice but to laugh, Duskbringer declared boldly. Let's dance. Beneath the shower of colorful fireworks, people sang and danced, forgetting unresolved worries and the daunting future that relentlessly approached. The last night of the last festival shone brightly. Chapter 625. As dawn approached, signaling the end of the festival, the sky, once filled with fireworks, gradually quieted down. 2 mercenaries, drunk and reeking of alcohol, stumbled into the temple. Ugh, I'm so drunk I can't even see in front of me. You can never see in front of you, man. Oh, my head's gonna split. It was Nobody and Chain. Carrying new bottles of liquor and bundles of snacks, they staggered toward the intensive care unit, arm in arm. That candle, always slipping away and now just lying there, sleeping. Let's have a drink by her side, he. Revealing their wicked intent to open the drinks and snacks in Candler's private room, the two mercenaries chuckled mischievously. They had been visiting every day without fail, telling the unconscious Candler about the day's events. Today was no exception. They planned to share the day's festival events with Candler over a drink. Ha! Upon entering Candler's room, the two mercenaries suddenly stopped, puzzled. There she was. Candler was sitting up, leaning against the bed's backrest, looking out the dark window. Bang! Pop! Only the intermittent crackling of fireworks lit up the room for a moment before fading away. Startled, Nobody in Chain dropped their drinks and snacks and rushed into the room. Candler, are you awake? How do you feel? Candler did not turn around. She continued to gaze out the window and then murmured in a faint voice, as if about to fade away. It's beautiful. Was today the last day of the autumn festival? How do you know that? You were conscious, weren't you? Haha. You two have been telling me what's been happening every day. Nobody in Chain were about to call for a priest, but Candler stopped them. It's okay. Tell me about the festival today. Hesitant at first, Nobody in Chain soon eagerly began to recount the day's events, sharing stories of the joyful, noisy, and utterly chaotic scenes from various parts of the city. As they did, Candler smiled faintly with her scarred lips. I'm glad I could wake up today, after the fireworks had completely ceased and the sky had turned dark, and then looking up at the sky, beginning to brighten in the distance. To have been of even a little help in protecting this city, this festival. Candler took a deep breath. I'm glad. That night, Candler passed away, a content smile on her lips. After the festival ended, the tasks piled up immediately. While I had been enjoying myself, there was a backlog of work to be addressed. I was buried in a mountain of paperwork, busily wielding my pen. The resources are overflowing. The Fly Legion was a monstrously large and horrific group of beasts, and the loot was tremendous. It had taken a month after the battle ended just to finish collecting the magic stones. The magic stones and the funds derived from them filled the warehouses to the brim, and an astonishing number of magic cores had been acquired. We were in the process of using these for various equipment productions. Additionally, support of all kinds had arrived from around the world. The supply situation was extremely abundant. The supplies, yes. The situation with the troops. I had distributed a proclamation worldwide, calling for heroes and announcing the Autumn Festival. There were two main points. And with the Autumn Festival, an enormous number of people had flocked to Crossroad. I had thought they were all tourists, but I was wrong. Most had responded to the call for heroes. They had just taken the opportunity to enjoy the festival as well. Perhaps it's because of the romantic fantasy world, but despite clearly stating in the proclamation low survival probability, extremely low success rate, it seems that spurred even more people to pack their bags and come. But romance is just romance. Reality is cold. These people were essentially a volunteer army. Of course, not a few of them had abundant combat experience. There were a considerable number of heroes of our rank and above. Moreover, since they had come to this front line on their own volition, their morale was high. But even if they remain until the end, turning them into an elite force will be a long journey. We lost too much. We lost many elite heroes and soldiers in the last battle. This loss will not be recovered until the day the World Guardian Front disbands, whether we win or lose. Let's put aside negative thoughts. After all, so many people have gathered here, putting aside their own safety to fight for the world. We need to issue them uniforms and equipment, feed them well, and train them diligently. The upcoming battles will be harsh. I carefully reviewed and signed various approvals for the distribution of equipment to the newly joined and for their accommodations. And then, I picked up the next document and swallowed hard. It was the news of Candler's death. She had been gravely injured in the last battle and had miraculously hung on to life but passed away on the last night of the festival. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and then pulled out a new piece of paper to draft an official document. It was to prepare for Candler's funeral. After handling several other matters, and finally, I returned to my main job. Time to hunt the monsters. It was time to set out on the expedition. Lucas. Gather the heroes affiliated with the front line. Lucas, who was entering the office with a stack of documents, looked at me with surprise. I nodded. We'll begin hunting the Black Dragon Legion. After ordering the summoning of the heroes and coming down to the first floor of the mansion, Nameless was waiting for me. Ash. Nameless smiled. It had been about a month since she arrived here. Maybe it was because she had slept well during this time, but her complexion seemed much brighter. I was about to smile back at her when my lips tightened. It was because I saw the backpack on Nameless' back. She was prepared to leave. Thanks to you, I was able to fully enjoy the festival. I can't remember the last time I rested so deeply. It was like a dreamy month, she said, adjusting her bag. But my duty is not here. For my people sunk beneath the lake, I must wield my sword and fight. So I will leave now, to where I belong. There was no longer any reason to hold her back. During the festival, Nameless ate, drank, laughed, sang, and danced like any ordinary person. But the fate she carried was ultimately in the darkness beneath the waters. Take care, Nameless. I extended my hand and shook hers. Let's meet again soon. Beneath the lake. Hehe. Having received such gracious hospitality in this world, I shall treat you with the utmost care in the darkness below. I appreciate the thought. Let's both take good care of our lives. Nameless headed towards the teleport gate. I followed her to see her off. Ader was waiting next to the teleport gate, holding a small bag with a few items and a red cloth. Princess.
Edi.
After a brief greeting, the two fell silent for a moment. Lastly, may I tie your hair? Ader asked cautiously, and instead of answering, Nameless turned around with a faint smile and presented her hair. I silently watched from behind as Ader combed, trimmed, and braided Nameless' hair. After finishing her hair, Ader stepped back and bowed deeply with respect. Farewell. And Ader whispered in a rustling voice, I hope we meet again someday. You too. May you live in peace. As Nameless stood in front of the teleport gate, the stones began to rotate, forming a magical door. Turning around, Nameless glanced back and forth between me and Ader, then smiled. It was fun, Crossroad. And then, Nameless disappeared beyond the teleport gate. Ader and I quietly reflected on her departure for a while, standing there. At that moment, I did not know. This was her last visit to the human world as Nameless. There are a total of 7 in the Black Dragon Legion. Having gathered all the subordinate heroes, I began the briefing. First, the true Black Dragon, Nightbringer. The first Black Dragon and the only one. The bastard who had come to Crossroad and then kindly left. Everyone here had encountered him. A few heroes shuddered, recalling the awe he had exuded. And the 6 are his own kin that Nightbringer created. I quickly wrote on the blackboard. He scattered his blood, claws, fangs, wings, eyes, and pure scales into the Milky Way, and from each scattered piece, a dragon was born, each considered one of his offspring. Dragons are born that way? Evangeline muttered, and everyone looked at Duskbringer as if on cue. Duskbringer blushed and yelled out, Why are you looking at me, you fools? That's mythology. Myths are prone to exaggeration. Ahem. Whether it's a mythical fabrication, asexual reproduction, or cloning. Anyway, these 6 dragons are the offspring and subordinates of Nightbringer. After clearing my throat, I continued the explanation. Excluding the true Black Dragon Nightbringer, all are successors of the Black Dragon bloodline, but each one of them is somewhat lacking. Of course, just one of these lacking individuals could devastate the human world, but compared to that monster, Nightbringer, they are indeed much weaker. The youngest, born from Nightbringer's blood, is already dead. To be precise, we killed it. In the Blazing Colosseum, Using the Colosseum rule of damage multiplier correction, we obliterated it with one hit from Black Queen. However, this creature was particularly weak among the Black Dragon Legion. The one born from Nightbringer's blood was a notably weak mob in the Legion because it lacked intelligence and wisdom but could divide itself to increase its numbers. The one we killed was in its weakest state after having divided as much as it could. Anyway, so, the total number of dragons we have to kill is 6. I pointed at the remaining on the blackboard claws, fangs, wings, eyes, and pure scales with the tip of my staff. Excluding Nightbringer, we must kill the other 5, make weapons from their bones, and create armor from their skins and scales. After defeating the evil dragons, we aim to produce as many dragon slayers as possible. Thud! My staff landed on the name of the creature at the very top of the list. The first target for subjugation is known as the Black Dragon's Claw. Among the remaining Black Dragon Legion, it is the weakest enemy, but still a dragon monster far more powerful than any ordinary boss monster. This one lacks fangs, wings, and eyes. Therefore, it cannot speak, cannot fly, and cannot see, merely rampaging and crushing everything. Its name is Perikian. Having said this, I exhaled deeply. It was considered the easiest target among the Black Dragon Legion raids, but ironically, it was also the one that caused the most casualties, because it's usually the first dragon raid boss encountered. In the game, many players died to this creature. This time, it won't go the same way. With renewed determination, I looked around at the heroes. For each raid, I will select you based on the most suitable composition. Some of you will have to deploy every time, some will be taken only for specific battles, and some might not be called at all. But please, follow without objection, as these decisions are made after much consideration on my part. Everyone silently looked at me with determination in their eyes. I nodded deeply. All right, then I'll announce those who will participate in this Black Dragon's Claw raid. I then took out a paper I had prepared in advance, and slowly called out the name at the very top. First up, Violet. Clink. Right after, the illusionist Violet, frothing at the mouth, collapsed to the side. Chapter 626. In this raid, the non-human races, which could be considered one of the main forces of the monster front, were largely absent. Not because they were unfit for the raid, but because 4 representatives of their races had become avatars of their respective race gods. They were unable to control their overflowing power and had fallen, groaning in pain. Thus, deploying them was out of the question. The chosen one of the race gods, huh? There was nothing like this in the game. I'm still unclear about their specifications and how to use them, so, for now, they've been excluded from the combat forces. We'll see once they recover a bit. Consequently, the hero list for this battle, if based on the martial arts tournament standards, is as follows. Main party, the uncles, the terrifying sisters, replaced nameless with a priest from the Holy Knight division. Glory Knights, Dragon Blood Knights. Additionally, 2 parties that showed excellent performance in the martial arts tournament have been added. These 2 parties will stand by in the rear as reserves and monitor the situation. They will be deployed if necessary. The 25 individuals participating in this raid will be reorganized into parties according to their role groups. I reorganized the 25 into 1 melee tanker party, 2 melee damage tanker parties, 1 melee damage dealer party, and 1 long-range firepower party. At that moment, Lucas, who had been quietly observing the situation, cautiously spoke to me. My lord, the current composition feels a bit too front-heavy. We're lacking in firepower. Is that okay? To put it simply, it means we're short on long-range dealers. The number of archers, snipers, and mages is significantly less than that of the melee units. Dragon raids are special compared to other monster battles. The beast is huge and powerful. All of its patterns are area of effect, meaning even the slightest movement from it has a high chance of sweeping up our allies. While a sufficient number of melee units distract it, the long-range firepower groups steadily accumulate damage. That has been the basic strategy for dragon raids, as I've taught. But with 4 melee parties this time, It's understandable that Lucas is concerned. You're right, Lucas. If it were a conventional raid, it'd be better to adjust the ratio. I grinned. But this time, I'm planning to use a little trick, so this composition will do. Ah, I see. Lucas's face brightened at the mention of my trick. He's seen all sorts of my bizarre tricks over time, so he naturally trusts them. Maybe I should have called it a strategy instead of a trick? Anyway, without further delay, I shared the trick I planned to use for this raid with everyone. Those departing and those standing by all listened intently. After detailed tactical discussions and debates, several hours had passed. Finally, Lucas asked, "So, when do we depart, my lord?" "In 3 days." I nodded solemnly. "We'll train with the new formation before heading directly to the enemy lines. Everyone, prepare diligently." Then, I pointed to one of the heroes with the tip of my staff. "Keep Violet in check." Members of the Gamblers Club and Lily, who had tried to escape several times before, responded with a yes. Violet, held tight, made a weary sound. "This damn life." I chuckled. Though I spoke thus, I knew well that Violet had become a valiant warrior actively participating on this front. 3 days later, west of the city, the graveyard, Candler's funeral was held. The funeral was small in scale, but the number of people who gathered was far from small. People who had formed bonds with Candler as a mercenary, those she had met while working in the production guild, and those who knew of the miracles she had performed. Many gathered to watch her coffin being buried in the ground. Some cried, some remained composed, and others silently suppressed their emotions. The coffin, wrapped in the flag of the World Guardian front, a black flag without any insignia, was laid in the ground, and I personally placed a white flower on top of it. Nobody in chain, dressed in mourning clothes, took up shovels themselves and sprinkled dirt over the coffin. As the ceremony proceeded and the choir's song and the sound of gunfire faded, I didn't ascend the podium but stood shoulder to shoulder with the gathered crowd, and instead of making a grand speech or oration, I bowed my head and recited a poem. I do not seek a path without thorns, nor do I demand that sorrow vanish. I do not seek only the days bathed in sunlight, nor do I desire to stay only in the summer seas. With only the eternal daylight of the sun, the green shade of the earth would wither. Without tears in time, the heart closes the peaks of hope. This was a poem mourning Candler's death, but at the same time, it was a declaration of departure for the ongoing battles against the Black Dragon Legion. Let's go. The 25 members of the assault team and the 10 members of the reserve team, who had taken off their mourning clothes, donned their armor and equipment. At their forefront, I slightly lowered the flag on the flagpole, as if to fly it at half-mast. Whether it fit the customs of this world or those of Earth, I wasn't sure. But what mattered was the meaning I imbued in it. With the black flag fluttering, I declared to my heroes, "To our path of thorns." Do you understand? Lord's mansion, backyard. In front of the teleport gate, the Emperor was waiting. I bowed and replied, "Yes, Father. I've heard that in this battle, one might truly face death. It has always been so. We have fought with the fate of the world at stake. Not once have we not put our lives on the line." Ha ha! The Emperor, with a laugh filled with meanings I couldn't fathom, looked at me intently. Normally I would be opposed, but while you risk your life fighting, let this father plan for the future here. It's only natural. If we are to be annihilated under the lake, then the world would have to be entrusted to this man, the Emperor. Even if Crossroad falls, if there is a commander who can keep pushing the front north and resist to the very end, it would only be the Emperor. I leave the ground to you, Father. The more I think about it, the more amusing it is. Normally, it would be the father taking action and the son planning for the future. Of course, my resolve to join the battlefield hasn't changed, and the Emperor didn't try to sway my determination. "Have you reached a conclusion?" the Emperor suddenly asked. He must be asking about the conclusion to the question, the trial he gave me during the festival. I hesitated for a moment. Then, after scanning Duskbringer, Hecate, and the other heroes with solemn expressions standing behind me, I replied. Not yet. I see. The Emperor, accepting my answer of still contemplating, nodded gently and asked, Do you remember what I told you before? Which words are you referring to? If you have the will to find a way, there is a way everywhere and it leads everywhere. That was a conversation between father and son when we met while stranded in the realm of spirits. I remember. You told me to wander to my heart's content, for there will surely be a way at the end. At my words, the Emperor smiled broadly. Right? Let me say it one more time. Wander to your heart's content, my son. Whether in darkness or in light, wherever you are, it's fine. Wherever you are, that too is life. With those words, the Emperor stepped aside. Go and return. Yes, father. After saluting, I briefly commanded my heroes. Enter. Yes, dash. We stepped into the wide-open teleport gate, because that's where the darkness we must head toward lies. Now loading. Teleporting. Tip: various gimmicks are prepared for the dragon raid. Use gimmicks actively to lower the difficulty of the attack. Is this the first tip in how long? Ader, have you recovered some strength? I couldn't help but smile at the unexpected timing of the tip. Though it was a story we all knew well, feeling the intention to help me, the tight tension loosened just a bit. Flash. The headquarters of the Black Dragon Legion, the so-called Dragon Lair, is located in all 9 zones. Nightbringer has apparently taken over the 10th zone's castle, but the other 5 dragons are all nestled in their own lairs. Among them, Black Dragon's Claw, Parikian's lair is on the very outskirts of the 9th zone. It's incredibly bustling, Evangeline murmured in astonishment. Not just Evangeline, all the heroes who entered this place were both bewildered and amazed as they looked around. In the Lake Kingdom, a zone signifies the depth of a dungeon, with the number increasing towards the center of the city. From the 6th zone onwards, it's presumed to be the residence of the noble class, and the deeper one goes, it seems those of higher social status live there. We are now in the 9th zone. The central part of the 10th zone's castle is now just in sight, the very heart of the Lake Kingdom. Though shrouded in darkness, a quick look reveals a city terrifyingly advanced. To be honest, it seems even more splendid than the imperial capital, New Terra. When I drifted here before, I only wandered within the 10th zone. Memories of wandering the 10th zone with succubus Queen Salome suddenly came to mind. Back then, I could only make it to the bridge connecting the 10th and 9th zones. I remember falling into the river trying to escape the 9th zone via the bridge. Below the bridge was a bottom town and people lived there too. Once we've taken control of the 9th zone, I eyed the far end of the 9th zone, the Great Bridge, and then scanned the darkness swirling below it. I wonder if we could join up with the people of Bottom Town. Bottom Town is connected to the first zone, Dried Sewer, through the sewer system. It's a kind of shortcut, a direct route. We had attempted to enter through this shortcut before, but the heroes sent for reconnaissance nearly got lost and stranded in the maze-like sewers, so we had to give up on that approach. It seems that without a Bottom Town originating NPC to guide us directly, entering through the shortcut won't be easy. Taking control of the 9th zone and then calmly heading there seems like the safer option. Suddenly, the faces of those, Salome, Mason, Sword Demon, Spear Demon, then I shook my head to clear it. First, it's the dragon raid. There are worries to sort through, a tangled mess of threads to unravel. Believing that if one starts by unraveling things one by one, eventually, at the end, a complete conclusion can be met. I decided to focus on the task at hand, the dragon raid. This alone is a tremendous crisis that requires risking our lives. We slowly crossed the streets submerged in darkness, maintaining our formation. Thanks to Nightbringer declaring a truce, there were no rampaging monsters, and the Lake Kingdom was peaceful. The scouts sent ahead also reported finding nothing. Still, we cautiously proceeded and eventually arrived at our destination. Public Security Office, the agency responsible for the public security of the Lake Kingdom, somewhat like a police station on Earth in South Korea. The 6th of the Black Dragon Legion, Claw Parikian, had made his lair here. I turned back, nodded, and the heroes nodded in unison with tense faces. Entering. Enter. Just as we were about to swarm into the public security office. Wait! A clear voice called out from behind. Surprised, everyone turned around, weapons raised. Emerging from the darkness on the other side of the street was none other than Nameless. Everyone relaxed and lowered their weapons. I smiled in relief. Nameless. I'm with you, Ash. Nameless approached lightly and extended her hand, placing it above the closed door of the public security office. First of all, to enter a place like this, it's better if I'm with you. A magical pattern formed on the back of her hand, and then, Krungdash. The lock of the public security office was disengaged, and the rusted door began to slowly open to the sides. She was royalty of the Lake Kingdom, entitled to enter any facility. Thanks, I appreciate it. Everyone's faces brightened as if they had gained a powerful ally, but Nameless' expression remained serious. You probably know this, but inside is a member of the Black Dragon Legion. They are as brutal and vile as any monster, if not more so. Don't let your guard down, understood? I nodded silently, and Nameless, taking a deep breath, led the way. Passing the entrance of the public security office, a vast landscaped garden revealed itself before the main building. The soil was blackened and rotten, and the dried-up trees bore no signs of life. And, on the wide steps leading from that garden to the main building of the public security office, the black and immense dragon lay sprawled out. Chapter 627. The creature was more like a lizard than a dragon. Its entire body was covered in shiny black scales, and the part assumed to be its head had no eyes, nose, ears, or mouth. The long and blunt head appeared almost mechanical, like some kind of inorganic machine. Without wings, the creature had a long, sleek body reminiscent of a snake, with low, sturdy legs attached. Muscular legs adorned with unusually long black claws numbered 6, and its long, massive, and thick tail split into 6 at the end. Toothless dragon. Wingless dragon. Eyeless dragon. A dragon without molars, wings, or eyes. The rampaging destroyer. The black dragon's claw, Parikian. It was our first dragon raid opponent and the first proper battle situation encountered among the Black Dragon Legion. Creak. Clank. Sensing our presence, the creature slowly lifted itself. It sounded not like a living being but more like a clump of armor moving. And then, whir! The center of its chest glowed red, and the red energy echoed and spread throughout its body. It looked as if an engine was starting. It really didn't feel like a dragon but some kind of alien mechanical life form. With its stance lowered, 6 tails wriggled individually, preparing for battle. A sticky, tropical night air-like malice peculiar to the black dragon spread around its body. It was clearly intent on killing us. Had it been another dragon, we might have exchanged insults or pleasantries face to face. But with this one, such an exchange was impossible. Because this bastard had no mouth. There was simply no option for dialogue. And the fact that it has no mouth means, in other words, it lacks the breath ability. Among the Black Dragon Legion, this one, in particular, was specialized in physical combat, close-quarters brawling. That's Parikian for you. Ready. Even without my command, my heroes had already formed up as trained. I slowly raised one hand. The battle begins now. Remember the tactics. Thump. Before I could finish, Parikian leaped up. With terrifying momentum, Parikian kicked off the ground and floated in the air for a moment. Despite having no wings, it soared up as lightly as a feather. I shouted, "Jump!" The next moment, Parikian spun like a top, hurtling towards us. Thwack! The creature's elongated body whipped the ground like a whip. Its first attack pattern was always the spinning body slam. Though there must be a cooler name for it, it was essentially a spinning body slam. And this was a pattern we had tirelessly trained to counter. The floor sweep. Basically, an area of effect AoE attack. By the time Parikian charged at us, we were already zap. 25 of our heroes, plus 10 reserves and Nameless, A total of 36 simultaneously jumped up, evading the creature's violent AoE in one fell swoop. From the training camp to the martial arts tournament, all those times, hovering in the air, I turned around and shouted with a grin. Had meaning. Skipping rope wasn't just a 1 or 2 day affair. Yeah, of course, Parikian's body slam was incomparable in volume and speed to skipping rope, but we had trained with this in mind so we could dodge without issue. Parikian, having flown past us, slammed into the wall behind us. Boom! The entrance to the police station was instantly devastated. Parikian's bulldozing attack turned the area into a mess, but none of our heroes were hit. The start is good. As all of us landed, Parikian too corrected its posture amidst the rising dust cloud. Instead of immediately attacking us, it seemed to gauge our strength for a moment, its 6 tails moving independently like tentacles towards us. The next moment, zap! Parikian smoothly jumped up and began to climb the wall. The garden at the entrance to the police station was landscaped in a large, circular manner. Each time Parikian's feet touched, the garden's inner walls shattered, scattering glass shards and dust in all directions. Is it really a lizard? Sheesh! Circling the cylindrical inner walls of the garden, Parikian leisurely moved as if searching for our weaknesses. Well, good. If it gives us time, it's not bad. Actually, it's good. I quickly looked to my side. Violet, who met my gaze, twitched her shoulder. It's time to show your skills, Violet. Damn it. How did we end up here? Really? Why, well, I gave her a smile. Because you're so capable. Ah. Shivering, Violet still moved adeptly as trained. A violet magic power rippled from her body, and as she touched the ground, it spread widely around the area. Whoosh! Illusion domain. The zone of illusion that Violet spread quickly filled the interior of the police station, causing Parikian to flinch and hesitate. Parikian has no eyes, nor ears, nor nose. In other words, it lacks the typical means of perceiving its surroundings, such as vision, hearing, or smell. The only way it discerns the battlefield is through pure magic sensing. It scatters its immense magic power and understands the world through the echoes it produces. It's similar to how bats emit ultrasonic waves to navigate their environment despite their poor eyesight, meaning its magic sensing is abnormally developed, and thus it can be easily disrupted. Violet's illusion domain had properly taken effect. I turned to the side. Junior, I'm ready. Upon my call, Junior, who was on standby, immediately lifted her staff and cast a spell. Zing! A dazzling halo appeared in the air, warping the space around it. Elemental disassembly. The ultimate spell for boss battles, reducing the opponent's magic power. It hit Parikian squarely. However, ugh! What is this insane magic power? Junior grimaced and staggered backward. Its magic power is tremendous, and it's increasing in real time. My elemental disassembly can't reduce it in one go. Elemental disassembly is a spell meant to reduce the opponent's magic power to the negatives. But dragon species have innately high magic power, and currently Parikian was resisting elemental disassembly by increasing its magic output in real time. A response befitting a being that has handled magic since the dawn of time. It's a dragon, after all. We were prepared for this. Keep firing. Yes. Junior prepared for another round of elemental disassembly. And then, Parikian wasn't the kind to just sit back and watch. Making strange engine noises, Parikian readied itself to charge at us. Naturally, its target was Junior, the mage who had inflicted an unknown debuff on it. But, twitch, Parikian couldn't easily attack. It was because of the illusion domain that Violet had spread earlier. I had given Violet one instruction. Make everyone here appear as Junior through your illusion. And Violet pulled it off splendidly. Currently, inside this police station, all my heroes were perceived as Junior in terms of magic sensing. If Junior used magic, it would appear as if everyone here did, and if Junior somehow got a nosebleed, it would seem as if everyone here did. Violet says it's not a significant illusion. She simply copied Junior's magic pattern and overlaid it onto everyone else. But for my purpose, to hide Junior and allow her to continue using magic, it was enough. Relying solely on magic sensing to perceive the world is undoubtedly a weakness for Parikian. Then, exploiting that weakness is the natural strategy. Now then, I shouted. Let's put on a show in front of the dragon. Zap! No sooner had I spoken than heroes scattered in all directions. Parikian couldn't tell them apart. Among the scattering humans, who was the caster of the spell? Zoom! Eventually, Parikian gave up distinguishing and glided down, attacking the nearest hero. Thwack! The ground was savagely torn apart by the brutal lashes of its claws and tail, and the closest hero, Evangeline, was flung away with her shield, screaming. I almost died. Even though she dodged what she could and only took unavoidable hits, Evangeline's shield and armor were tattered. But she held on. That's why I primarily organized close-range characters. The core of this operation was to buy time while Junior nibbled away at its magic power. So, I had arranged for close-range heroes who could easily dodge the monster's powerful close-range patterns and withstand a few hits if necessary. Parikian, realizing the target wasn't a mage, swiftly turned to look at the other heroes. Then, I am the real Juju. No. I'm Junior Dash. Spinach. Tomato. Anyway, vegetables. Juju. 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 Heroes, without exception, mimicked Junior, and scattered in all directions. Ugh. The real Junior's face turned red with embarrassment. If you're sick of this spectacle, hurry up and use the next elemental disassembly. Bang. Crack. Squish. Loudly drawing attention, and even seriously cosplaying as mages, the heroes fell like leaves in the wind. Falling, crashing, and getting smashed, yet the heroes succeeded in drawing attention. I'm ready, Dash, Junior shouted, lifting her staff. After the first elemental disassembly, Junior figured out approximately how many more it would take to finish off Parikian's magic power and was preparing the necessary amount of elemental disassembly with the multicasting feature. Ding, ding, zing. Elemental disassembly, stacked simultaneously, continuously erupted. It successfully reduced Parikian's terribly high magic power to nothing, a feat as grotesque as it was impressive. Damien, Chain, Body Bag, DR Mutant. I commanded the firepower team on standby. Fire suppression, begin dash. Snipers and mages poured their firepower onto it as if they had been waiting for the signal. Parikian, thrown into disarray by the overlapping elemental disassembly, staggered and then got hammered by all the firepower thrown at it. But this wasn't enough to kill it. Not only was the damage insufficient, but it was also a dragon species. The magic power it had lost was being replenished in real time. The goal was to pin it down in one place. As the barrage of firepower ended and Parikian staggered, someone quickly dashed forward towards it. Duskbringer and Lucas holding Violet in his arms. Take this, eat this. Duskbringer, leaping into the air, grabbed Parikian's head and smashed it delightfully into the ground. Boom! It was as refreshing as if he was performing a wrestling move. Beside Parikian's head, which had been slammed into the ground, Lucas, who had used Step of Persistence, arrived like a gust of wind. Lucas gently set down Violet he was holding, and I called out her trembling name. Finish it, Violet Dash. Violet clenched her eyes shut. All right, and raised both hands above the giant dragon's head. This is all because I'm too good. Flash Dash. Violet's ultimate skill, the single-target illusion domain, Daydream, exploded. Parikian's entire body shuddered as if struck by lightning. Parikian is a dragon that lacks senses. What I had Violet show to such a Parikian was the reality as it is. To the dragon that cannot see, that cannot hear, that cannot smell. To show it the scenery of this place exactly as it is. Before the vivid sensations it was confronting for the first time in its life, Parikian trembled. The world it had always understood through the echoes of magic now gained color, sound, smell, unfolding around it. I slowly approached such a creature. Thanks to Violet's magic acting directly on its brain, it was clearly seeing me. Success. I sighed in relief. Boss monsters usually have phases. When their health is reduced or a certain amount of time has passed in battle, they enter the next phase, changing patterns, becoming stronger and more ferocious. In Parikian's case, reducing its health would trigger the next phase, revealing its true form and even becoming frenzied. From our perspective, not yet equipped with Dragon Slayer weapons, our first dragon hunt had to brace for significant damage. Honestly, I wasn't confident we could capture it without injury. It was an opponent we couldn't guarantee victory against if fought head-on. So I prepared a trick. Intentionally not inflicting damage and staying in the first phase, drawing out only simple patterns to buy time, bit by bit nibbling away at its magic power, and forcibly feeding it illusions. Parikian, you are to. Employing a tactic of mind control. Become mine. Chapter 628. A sure win combo was employed, consisting of elemental disassembly, the foremost flag gaze of command become mine. To use gaze of command, one had to make eye contact, which was accomplished through Violet's illusion magic. Even a member of the Black Dragon Legion could not resist the sure win combo. Underneath Parikian's featureless head, a collar-shaped control orb appeared around its neck, tightly constricting it. Yes, the operation was a success. Thus, a new legend was captured. A named monster was successfully captured. I clenched my fist. You're mine now. Black Dragon's Claw Parikian, SSR, has been incorporated into your ranks. Current loyalty, 30, plus 15/100. Absolute command, 1 time. Huh? I was puzzled by the loyalty score, which was much higher than I had expected. I understood the additional adjustment from the foremost flag, but why was the base loyalty as high as 30? Normally, a boss monster like this should start with a loyalty of 0. Not exactly a pleasant thing, but it seems it considers you a kind of kin. Duskbringer, who was observing from the side, explained. Being of the same dragon species, it seems she could somewhat understand Parikian's feelings. I tilted my head. Kin? Me? That thing you picked up and ate before. It seems because of that. Ah, Duskbringer said, shaking her shoulders as if she found it unpleasant to even mention. But I understood immediately. Dragon heart. Nameless had fed it to me when I was collapsed from magical exhaustion, and thanks to that, I've been fighting vigorously without experiencing such symptoms ever since. It felt like a warm heating pad had settled inside my body. Anyway, the dragon heart I ate back then belonged to a black dragon. Having the heart of its kin inside me, Parikian somewhat acknowledged me. Thanks to that, the loyalty adjustment occurred. After storing Parikian in a subspace, I clapped my hands and shouted to the surrounding heroes. The battle is over. The situation has concluded. Great work, everyone. Let's regroup. The heroes scattered around promptly started to regroup, responding with a resounding yes. It had been a violent operation, and even though it ended in the first phase, it was still a dragon raid, so many of the vanguard heroes were injured. The accompanying priests began casting healing spells and bandaging the injured. Watching this, I gestured to Nameless. Nameless. A moment. Nameless, who had been lost in thought, quickly ran over when I called. I asked her, "A while back, you fed me a dragon heart, remember?" "Of course I remember. That heart you fed me belonged to a black dragon. Was there another reason you gave it to me? Was there a specific intention behind it?" I had been curious about it. Duskbringer, standing behind me, also perked up her ears to listen in. Nameless readily answered. "The main reason was that your condition was quite serious at the time, and you needed to consume a powerful source of magic power." "Yes, that was the case. The next reason is, that heart was originally your spoils." "Huh? My spoils? That heart? You killed the youngest daughter of the Black Dragon, Collision, didn't you?" "Ah, yes, that's right. Blood of the Black Dragon, the youngest of the Black Dragon Legion, Collision." It feels so distant now, but back in the early first year, I had obliterated that dragon with the Colosseum rule adjustment. The dragon heart you ate came from that dragon. Ah! So it was the heart of that creature I killed. Certainly, at that time, due to the Colosseum's adjustments, my shot with Black Queen had split its upper body in half, killing it instantly. I hadn't had the chance to collect the spoils, so I forgot about it, but it seems the dragon heart was extracted from that dragon. It came around and ended up in my hands, being a merchant here. I see. Knowing you were the one who killed its owner, it was a burden, karma, tied to you. Therefore, I thought it was inevitable to give it to you. So that's how it was. At the time, I was puzzled about why I was given a dragon heart. Turns out it was all connected like this. And if you were ever to clash with the Black Dragon Legion, Nameless looked straight at me. Having eaten their hearts might be of help. Why? Confused, I tilted my head, and Nameless explained. You've met the Nightbringer, haven't you? Yes, I have. I recalled the last battle. That bastard dragged you all the way to Crossroad. He is a being who has far transcended the mortal coil. And to oppose a transcender, one must possess the corresponding status. To deal damage to a transcender, one must possess an equivalent qualification. That's why, in the game, preparing Dragon Slayer gear was such a hassle for the same reason. If you were equipped with bones and skin of the Black Dragon Legion and a magic core, you could match the Nightbringer's status and thus deal damage. Although she was the least of them, Collision was undoubtedly a daughter of the Black Dragon. You killed that dragon and took its life, its heart. Now, you have earned the qualifications equal to a dragon. The heart of a dragon from the mythological era. I had hunted and consumed it myself, and just through this process, magical effects were manifested, granting me qualifications I wasn't even aware of. Now you can choose to become a slayer who kills dragons or... Nameless glanced at Duskbringer standing beside me. To become a dragon yourself and join the Bringers. I suddenly remembered what Duskbringer had said to me a long time ago. Do you know what happens when a mere human consumes a dragon heart? You become a vessel capable of containing a dragon. It means you have halfway acquired the qualifications to become a dragon. Terrified, I quickly turned to Duskbringer. Ah, Your Grace, what should I do? I don't want to become a dragon. I like being human. Child, do you think becoming a dragon is that easy? Duskbringer snapped at me as if scolding a gym newbie worried about getting too bulky from working out, then sighed heavily. You've become a vessel and have the qualifications, but that's all for now. To truly become a dragon, there are more steps to go through and more materials needed. Don't worry too much. Really? I won't suddenly start breathing fire, right? Or grow wings and fly around. But now that I think about it, that kind of sounds cool. Yes, you are firmly human. Duskbringer nodded. We all hope you remain human. At those words, Nameless also nodded. I gave you the dragon heart hoping you would become a slayer. I had no desire for you to become one of the bringers. Then Nameless smiled bitterly. But Ash. Even if, by some chance, you transform into something else, we are still friends. Don't forget that. Nameless' face, warm with a smile, briefly overlaid with the image of the final boss I had encountered in the game, the Princess of the Unsleeping Lake. Clutching my fist, I responded seriously. The feeling's mutual, Nameless. No matter what changes you go through, we're friends. We smiled warmly at each other. Only Duskbringer, standing behind, made a disgusted sound with a shocked expression. Why are we suddenly declaring friendship? Anyway, the conceptual talk about becoming dragons, killing dragons, and acquiring dragon certifications concluded like this. Nameless waved her hand and left the public security office first. Let's meet again during the next Black Dragon Legion subjugation, Ash. Take care of yourself. And be careful with Parikian. See you, Nameless. I waved back energetically. Smiling faintly, Nameless eventually disappeared into the dungeon's darkness. After treating the injuries, the heroes and I completed our search inside the public security office. As expected of a place used by a rare dragon, various treasures were piled up. Since Parikian was now on our side after being captured, there was no need to leave anything behind, so I cleared everything out. Now that Parikian is one of us, it's just about moving his assets over. Speaking casually as I packed magic cores and magic stones into a bag, all my subordinates looked at me with eyes full of, no, not disdain, but admiration. These kids, really. After sweeping through the public security office, today's schedule ended. We returned to Crossroad. Your Majesty, you've returned safely. In the Lord's mansion backyard, near the teleport gate, the waiting staff greeted us cheerfully. It was past dinner time, nearing night. They seemed to have waited for us, worried, despite the time it took. After all, the battle could have easily resulted in casualties. It's a relief that everyone returned safely. The members who had gone on today's exploration lined up in front of me. I briefly spoke and then dismissed them. Eat well, sleep well, and rest up. I'll call you together again in a few days. Yes, Dash. Thank you for your hard work. Yay! Time to clock out. The gathered heroes dispersed in small groups. I told those who were going to eat to stay, and quite a few heroes joyfully entered the Lord's mansion. I was about to enter for a late dinner after a brief cleanup. Whoosh! Suddenly, the space above my head ominously rippled. Swoosh! Ripping through a subspace, a lizard-like black dragon. Parikian burst out. Wah! What in the world? All of us jumped in shock, rooted to the spot. Why did this guy suddenly appear like this? Was being captured a lie? Or did he intentionally get caught to attack our base? All these thoughts crossed my mind, but fortunately, it seemed he had no such terrifying intentions. Parikian, having tidily wrapped up its unique demonic aura, landed smoothly on the ground and cautiously moved its head around, searching for something. Eventually sensing something, Parikian ran off in that direction. Really like a huge lizard. Parikian's destination was towards Violet, who had turned white with fear. Violet, having joined the members of the Gamblers' Club she had been waiting for, was on her way to the tavern to share her heroic tales of the day, when this gigantic black dragon lizard ran straight towards her, making her look as if she was about to faint. Your Highness. Wah, what do we do about this? But there was no time for me to do anything. Parikian gently extended its tail, coiling around Violet's body, then swiftly lifted her onto its back. Then, it lightly bounced up and down as if urging something from her. Stunned and making a noise of distress, Violet eventually seemed to realize something and placed her hands on Parikian's head. Show me again. Whoosh! Violet's lavender-colored magic power gathered at her fingertips and penetrated Parikian's head. Like when she had subdued the dragon before, it seemed to show the surroundings. Parikian slowly curled up its body to sit down on the ground, quietly lifting its head to look around. The brightly lit Lord's mansion, the people around it tensed up, and then, the night sky. A whirring sound vibrated from inside Parikian's chest, turning from red to a light blue hue, slowly spreading inside the dragon's body. I, who had been ready to use the absolute command to subdue Parikian if necessary, hesitantly stopped. Now fully settled on the backyard ground, Parikian quietly looked up at the night sky, intently observing the Milky Way stretched above. Watching this curious and somewhat amusing scene, I patted the shoulders of the other heroes and entered the Lord's mansion. It seems all right. Let's eat. What do you mean, all right? Wait, Your Highness. What about me? Violet screamed in horror, hands still on Parikian's head and seated on its back. Everyone cast sympathetic glances at her and went inside the mansion to eat. I gave a hearty laugh to Violet, who looked miserable. Take good care of that fellow from now on, Violet. What do you mean by Thyat? Leaving Violet to cry out in despair, I closed the door behind me. Having someone to take on the role of dragon tamer in my ranks, I really am blessed with good fortune. Chapter 629. Several days had passed since the Parikian raid. During that time, The Perikian had completely made its nest in the backyard garden of the Lord's mansion. Attempts were made to forcibly put it into the subspace for captured monsters, but it ignored them completely, and the other captured monsters inside the subspace were so terrified that they trembled uncontrollably. So, it was left in the backyard without any other choice. Especially seeing Hercules, who had been the top dog inside the subspace, lying on its back with its belly exposed, conceding defeat was shocking to me as well. It must be because it's a dragon species. It seems to be of a different class indeed. Would a kraken be a match for it? I found myself absent-mindedly fiddling with the ring of kraken on my hand. This cephalopod monster does not reside in the subspace as it's summoned at will. Still, maybe it could go toe-to-toe with the Perikian? No. Let's stop fantasizing about monster battles. Ahem. Anyway, since it hasn't caused any harm to the inhabitants, doesn't emit the evil aura characteristic of monsters, and has high loyalty. Besides, I have the Imperial Edict if necessary. I decided it was okay to let it stay in the backyard. Moreover, it listens well to Violet. Maybe because Violet has shown it the world, told it stories, and let it smell different scents. It obediently follows Violet's commands. I applauded this miraculous duo. And so, the management of Perikian will continue to be handled by the Gamblers Club. Wow! While Violet looked dismayed, the rest of the Gamblers Club members were delighted. To the other 4 members who hadn't seen the dragon's ferocious appearance in the dungeon, Perikian must have seemed pretty cool. It doesn't emit any malice and just sits there dignified, moving only when Violet commands, so even to me, it looks like a respectable dragon, though it doesn't have eyes, ears, a nose, or a mouth. While the other 4 members were polishing every part of Perikian's body to make it shine, Violet muttered gloomily, lying slumped over Perikian's neck. Just kill me. Hey, what's this talk of dying? Let's live until we're smearing the walls with crap. Shall we? And, most importantly, the benefit of having Perikian in the mansion's backyard garden. Swoosh, swoosh. It's easier to gather materials. As long as Violet shows it the surroundings, Perikian sits obediently in its place, not caring what we do to its body. Thanks to this, we were able to easily trim its 6 long, sharply grown claws. These claws are incredibly hard. Truly, it's a dragon. Cutting them was difficult. Lucas, holding the neatly trimmed long claws, clicked his tongue. Perikian's claws were long, thin, and sharp, resembling fearsome blades in themselves. Despite the claws regrowing over time, their hardness was beyond imagination. There were few tools in possession of the monster front that could cut through them. Among them, Lucas's bestowed sword, which was the easiest to use and could be quickly repaired if damaged, was used to saw off the long claws. Lucas, who had become an impromptu dragon claw groomer, sweated profusely as he removed the claws. The obtained claws were sent to the forge. They were excellent materials for weapons. However, a problem arose. We don't have the means to process it. Crossroad Forge, the master blacksmith, trying to somehow forge weapons from the dragon's claws, declared surrender. It's embarrassing and regrettable, but with current human technology, we can't handle this material. Is it that hard? All the guild masters of the production guild gathered to brainstorm, but yes, I'm sorry. We possess the Nightmare Slayer and various specialized weapons, as well as several high-level spells which are somewhat compatible. Even parts of a dragon can be cut off or damaged. But that doesn't mean we can process them into equipment. It was natural for the production guild to express difficulties. What to do? We plan to use the materials obtained from Perikian to create dragon-killing weapons, dragon slayers for the next raid. Here our plans hit a snag. What should we do? When in trouble, that's where I come in. A confident voice sounded from behind us. We all turned around in surprise. Wait, you are Kelly Bay. Such high-quality material should naturally be entrusted to the world's greatest craftsman, Kelly Bay, shouldn't it? A bald dwarf, Kelly Bay, was grinning. Behind him stood other representatives of different races, Verdandi, Kulin, King Poseidon. Are you all okay? having had a bad reaction to a potion. Oh no, because these gods chose them as avatars and bestowed their powers, they had been severely ill these past few days. Have they recovered? Of course, now I'm as good as new. I'm itching to move. Kelly Bay chuckled. I can't wait to get moving. If I can help by killing the monsters lurking in the darkness, I'd do anything. Golden brilliance flashed in Kellybay's eyes. The same was true for the other three. The characteristic golden glow of the transcendence was ominously shining. Their eyes had changed since they became chosen ones. Sorry for the long rest, Ash, but now we're ready to return to the front. Verdandi saluted me. Her movements were neat, yet they were tinged with an anger that couldn't be hidden. Please take me with you on the next sortie. I want to be at the forefront of monster extermination. Coolin was still in his silvery werewolf form, banging his fists together in front of his chest. I don't know why the ancient gods chose me, but now that I've received this power, I should use it well. Just give the order, Captain. I looked around at the three of them and swallowed my words for a moment. Kellison, Skuld, and Yoon. The loved ones of these three had either died or been gravely injured. Perhaps that's why, behind their fierce fighting spirit, a clear hatred was boiling. Only King Poseidon, the merman, remained calm, silently observing the three from behind. But what could I possibly say to their anger and hatred? Instead of intervening unnecessarily, I decided to prioritize what comes next. I want to make weapons out of these claws. Is that possible? The four representatives of different races examined the dragon's claws. Kelly Bay nodded. A dragon's appendage inherently contains powerful magic. If it's a part of a being like the Black Dragon Legion, it can't be processed by ordinary means. Then, yes, unconventional methods should suffice. Kelly Bay, smiling with his beard, raised his hammer, which was then wrapped in golden magical energy. It was the power of the dwarven god. Clang dash! The hammer struck the claw, sending sparks flying in all directions. Clang, 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 clang dash. Initially, the claw didn't move at all, but as Kelly Bay persistently hammered away, it slowly started to flatten and smooth out. The people from the production guild watching were astonished. It was surprising to see a material that hadn't budged with our technology beginning to be shaped like it was nothing. Huff! After confirming that his hammer worked, Kelly Bay, wiping the sweat from his forehead, looked around at the other representatives of different races and asked, "Will you help me?" Verdandi, Coolin, and King Poseidon nodded and rolled up their sleeves. They were representatives of the four major races. And the four major races were also excellent blacksmiths, alchemists, carpenters, and stonemasons. The four representatives started refining the dragon's claws, each wrapped in the magical energy of their respective race's color. Everyone surrounding them watched this once-in-a-lifetime spectacle with bated breath. The four representatives of the different races, their kin, and the people from the production guild. After several days of working together on the Dragon Slayer production, weapons started arriving at the Lord's mansion. I lightly touched the black blade of the completed longsword. Black Dragon's Claw Sword, SR, LV.50, Dragon Slayer. It had the Dragon Slayer tag. Perhaps because the material was considered lower quality within the dragon's body, its grade and damage were ordinary. But it was still a Dragon Slayer. The term Dragon Slayer means a weapon that can kill dragons, granting the wielder the qualifications to slay dragons, ignoring any discrepancies in presence or whatever you might call it, and making it possible to kill them. Now we can kill them, while the Nightmare Slayer, specialized weapons, and high-level magic like elemental disassembly are sufficiently powerful to contend with dragons. The means were too limited on our side. We needed equipment that all heroes could use more universally. That is the Dragon Slayer, and now several have been prepared. Originally, the plan was to kill Perikian with it once it was completed. I had thought about using Perikian's magical core, scales, bones, and so on to make other equipment. But somehow the creature is docile and its loyalty is high, so for now, I think I'll leave it be a little longer. It's better to keep as many variables on our side as possible. After a suitable number of dragon slayers were completed, I once again summoned the heroes. This time, heroes from different races also attended the meeting. The Lord's mansion, the drawing room. Thump! I tapped the chalkboard and explained. The next target we'll be dealing with is the Fong of the Black Dragon, Tustivian. It's our second raid target, and at the same time, this one primarily uses breath attacks, the signature pattern of dragons and the most powerful attack. It's a dragon that mainly uses breath attacks. This one's breath is exceptional, even compared to any other dragon in the Black Dragon Legion, possessing truly outstanding firepower. At my words, the heroes all gulped nervously. Other patterns of dragonkind might allow for survival even if hit by mistake. But a direct hit from a breath attack means certain death. I've mentioned this ad nauseum, so they should all remember clearly. The breath attack Dusk Bringer used in the martial tournament was also controlled in power. A full-force breath attack from a dragon would literally leave nothing behind. However, this one is as flawed as they come. It has a clear weakness. What might that be? While its breath organ is highly developed, the rest of its body has degenerated to the point it's stuck to the ground. Think of it as a huge dragon that's essentially a giant cannon. So it's like a fixed artillery piece. It can be seen as a dragon that's incredibly large, heavy, and slow, but each of its attacks is terrifyingly powerful. It has no other means of attack besides its breath. If we can just get close, now that we have the Dragon Slayer, we can easily cut it down. But getting close is the problem. Exactly. I drew on the chalkboard with chalk. It was a picture of a stone warehouse that looked like a burial mound. The place where it's holed up is the Armory Dungeon in Zone 9. This place used to store the military supplies of the Lake Kingdom. There's only one entrance, and the facility itself is underground. In other words, inside an underground cave with only one entrance, a dragon lurks, and this bastard's firepower is so strong that it can smack around any monster, with its fire-breathing head aimed right at the only entrance. Entering through the entrance would mean being burnt to death by the breath attack right away. The heroes listening sweated coldly. Lucas raised his hand as a representative and asked, "How on earth do we catch this thing, my lord?" I leaned my chin on my interlocked hands placed on the high table in front of me and grinned. That's why I've prepared a plan. There's no reason for us to kindly enter into the arena it has set. No, rather flipping the arena over is more my style. Operation name, Tomb Maker. I stuck the chalk forcefully above the drawn picture of the armory on the chalkboard. It's already standing in its underground tomb, isn't it? Smirking, I circled the top of the warehouse with chalk. Then let's bury it. Chapter 630. Lake Kingdom Zone 9. Armory. Inside this facility, reminiscent of an underground bunker, Tustivian, a member of the Black Dragon Legion, had made his nest. The elder dragon lay his massive body on the ground, repeatedly inhaling and exhaling long breaths. Tustivian's body, covered in black scales, was massive. The children of the true Black Dragon were all proper dragons, but compared to their perfect father, each was born with several flaws. In Tustivian's case, born from the true Black Dragon's fangs, his body underwent abnormal proliferation, making it difficult for him to move freely. The body, through constant proliferation and degeneration, had swollen endlessly, filling the wide armory floor. At the extremities of his withered and hardened body, he felt no sensation. He could neither fly nor walk. He had lived his life, both before and now, coiled within his lair, enduring with his cumbersome body. Yet he did not pity himself. He did not curse his fate. Instead, he took pride in it. His father, Nightbringer, though Nightbringer disliked being called a father, called upon him. Even with such a body, he could still play an active role on the battlefield. The breath that Tustivian exhaled was formidable, even compared to his siblings. When the Legion was assembled to wage war against the enemy, Tustivian's firepower was a tremendous aid to the Legion. He had made remarkable contributions when defeating the Demon Guardian Legion. Every time he exhaled, his breath incinerated the earth, and the demonic species fell like leaves in the wind. Even his brothers, who usually scorned each other like insects, praised Tustivian for his significant achievements. Of course, Nightbringer had never once offered a warm word to his children, no matter how helpful they were, but Tustivian knew he was a useful existence to his father. He aided in his father's tyranny. Did he say the next invasion is of the human world? Struggling to breathe with his cumbersome body, Tustivian chuckled softly. I wish the day of invasion would come soon, so that I can complete the great undertaking I failed to in my previous life. In his previous life, the Black Dragon Legion, seeking to destroy the world, and the Red Dragon Legion, aiming to protect it, waged an endless war. Among them, Tustivian was the first dragon of the Black Dragon Legion to fall. Serving as a fixed artillery, he possessed powerful firepower but lacked mobility, ultimately unable to evade the Red Dragon Legion's surprise attacks and met his demise. But now, with no Red Dragon Legion left in the world and their own Black Dragon Legion having taken over the throne of darkness, this time they could surely achieve their father's great undertaking, the destruction of the world. But why does father want to destroy the world? He didn't know the reason or the meaning behind that great undertaking. As a son, Tustivian only faithfully followed and supported his father's path, and that was enough for him. He curled up his body, trying to sleep uncomfortably until his father woke him for another expedition into the outside world. That's when it happened. Thump, thump, thump. The military armory that Tustivian used as his lair began to shake slightly. Tustivian slowly opened his eyes and looked up, puzzled. This was the first time he had experienced such a situation since making his lair here. Was something happening outside? Rumble. Following that, the military armory shook violently. But Tustivian was not alarmed. This place was an armory built by the army of the Lake Kingdom 500 years ago to store military supplies. Its protective magic was inferior to that of dragons, but it was sturdy. Couldn't possibly fall to a mere attack. Creak dash. Then, Tustivian sensed it. A mysterious magic he had never felt before was devouring the protective magic of the military armory without a trace. Tustivian's eyes widened. To strip away the protective magic so easily? Modern magic couldn't achieve this. Then, from what era was this magic? He had no time to analyze further. Following the removal of the protective magic, an intense impact hit the ceiling of the military armory. Boom! The vibration and noise that followed were incomparably stronger than before, and soon after, cracks spread across the ceiling until it finally began to collapse. Dispelling the protective magic and then using an attack spell, it was clear there was a very skilled magician on the other side. And then, it became evident they were here to kill him. A hollow laugh escaped Tustivian's massive mouth. It had been so long since he had faced an intruder in his lair that he couldn't even remember the last time. Bang! Boom! Crack! Pieces of the fallen ceiling spread a thick cloud of dust as they crashed down. The facility was built to be very thick and durable, so the pieces were both large and numerous. But Tustivian was no longer looking up. Bang! The main gate of the military armory. The only path leading inside. There were people breaking through that door and entering. They were tiny humans, all draped in robes. To fall for such a pathetic feint. Tustivian had already made his judgment. The distraction above was just that. A distraction. The collapse of the ceiling, while noisy, provided no means for the debris to pass through and attack him. If he were to expel his breath upwards to avoid the falling fragments, then the plan must be for the invaders who had entered through the main gate to approach and kill him during that moment. You've misjudged, you bastards. Such building fragments could simply be endured with his body. More importantly, preventing the invaders' approach was the top priority. Tustivian opened his massive mouth wide, gathering his breath. The direction his mouth aimed at was the entrance of the military armory, the only path the human invaders were running through. In an instant, the air and magic power around swirled into the dragon's mouth, and the next moment, roar! it was violently expelled. Among the Black Dragon Legion, Tustivian's breath was second only to Nightbringer in terms of power. The breath emitted from the dragon's mouth engulfed everything in a straight line with black flames, incinerating it completely. Dozens of humans desperately running into the armory through the open gate were no exception. When the breath ceased, not even ashes remained of them. They had all been completely burned away. Ha! Tustivian exhaled through his nose after firing his breath. Dark flames flowed out of the dragon's large nostrils. "Know your place, you vermin," the dragon spoke arrogantly, but the next moment, Tustivian noticed something unusual. At the entrance of the gate, the body of one invader, not fully burned by the tail end of the breath, collapsed half-burned. But then, the next moment, his body scattered like a shadow and disappeared. Tustivian immediately sensed the identity of the adversary. Shadows? Duplicates? They were not real humans. They were just summons by someone. If this side was a distraction, then the real approach was from above? Tustivian urgently lifted his huge head upwards, only to see dozens of figures in robes, already having jumped down from behind the rocks that had nearly reached him. Tustivian hurriedly gathered his breath and released it again. Roar! The barrage of stones filling his sight was cleanly swept away. But no matter how powerful Tustivian's breath was, its range of emission was limited. The area covered by the collapsed ceiling was large, as was the area where the rubble fell. Too many humans had hidden behind it and jumped down. It was impossible to deal with them all with a single breath. If he were a normal dragon, that is. But Tustivian was a dragon specialized in projecting breath. His breath's power output and duration were far superior to other dragons. Even his control over it was exceptional. While expelling his breath, Tustivian also rotated his head and neck in a circle, successfully clearing away the falling debris with flames that freely changed direction. Naturally, the humans hiding behind it too. Along with the debris from the armory ceiling, they were all turned to ash and scattered blackly in all directions. Ugh! But Tustivian's expression was not bright. He immediately realized that the humans he had just killed were also duplicates. A distraction within a distraction? Then where is the real attack dash? Sizzle. The next moment, Tustivian sensed an intense energy rushing towards him. As the dragon quickly looked down, he saw a small figure rushing towards him through the only passageway leading from the gate. As the hood of the robe fluttered due to the rushing momentum and fell away, the face of a girl with long black hair and a silver crown was revealed. Her shining eyes were amber, and the magic power wrapped around her body was red. You are, could it be, a descendant of the red dragon? Guessing the identity of his adversary, Tustivian shivered with a thrill he couldn't recognize. How much time had passed since those days? To think that the descendant of his archenemy was alive, and that she was rushing to kill him. To be able to kill the descendant of that cursed lineage myself, I am unspeakably pleased. Tustivian forgot all about the surroundings. He focused all his attention on the descendant of the adversary he had fought since the creation of the world, the one who ultimately killed him. He inhaled deeply, gathering magic power. He carefully selected each particle of breath, each particle of magic power, filling his vocal cords. This was his fated nemesis. It was only proper to kill him with all his might and care. Finally, he was ready. The breath of magic power gathered in his vocal cords coalesced into one, and as he slowly exhaled it through his mouth, Tustivian opened his massive mouth wide, and he aimed at the descendant of the red dragon Duskbringer. This was the moment I had been waiting for. I shouted with all my might. Now, Damien dash! Just before Tustivian could fire his breath. The sniper Damien, who had been standing a good distance outside the entrance of the military armory, fired his sniper rifle. Bang! The magic bullet, leaving the barrel, passed through the gate entrance like a ray of light, traveled down the burnt pathway, grazed the cheek of the diligently running Duskbringer, and accelerated further, sucked into Tustivian's mouth. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and the magic bullet precisely pierced through the core of the breath, condensed within Tustivian's mouth into a spherical form of magic power. Damien had witnessed the dragon firing 2 breaths so far. He had timed it perfectly. That's how he managed such an unbelievable feat. Boom! Inside Tustivian's mouth, the breath caused a detonation. It was like a needle being thrust into a balloon filled with magic power. The condensed dragon's authority exploded outward in all directions, creating a terrifying explosion, and the massive dragon's head was engulfed in dreadful flames and explosions. Damien, with his robe hood removed, said with a bright face, "Did we get him?" "No, Damien. Get out of there now." Amidst the smoke and flames of the explosion, ominous magic power swirled. Whoosh! The next moment, all the smoke and flames were sucked into Tustivian's mouth, swirling into a vortex. With his face covered in burns and wounds from the detonation inside his mouth, yet not losing focus at all, Tustivian was ready to unleash another breath. And without giving a second chance for a sniper shot, he expelled it. Roar! The black flames rushed forth, engulfing and sweeping over the entire entrance pathway, still aiming at the one and only target Duskbringer. To come up with such a strategy. Then, Duskbringer stopped in her tracks and, with a deep inhale, "Ash, are you freaking crazy, Dash?" She fired a breath in response. Whiz! Duskbringer's long, ebony-like black hair fluttered back as she, thwack, released a breath from her mouth, which, compared to Tustivian's, seemed like a thin, red beam of light. And the next moment, the breaths of the black dragon and the red dragon met in midair and clashed. Boom! The collision created an explosion, emitting terrifying light and heat. Chapter 631. Kuang. The Black Dragon Legion, Tustivian. The descendant of the Red Dragon, Duskbringer. As the 2 dragons' breaths clashed, a blinding light burst forth from the collision point, shaking the entire area. The passage, as well as the entire warehouse, began to tremble and collapse. Duskbringer, who was unleashing her breath, had her face turned bright red as she silently screamed in agony. It seemed quite strenuous for her. Duskbringer's breath was, of course, vastly inferior to Tustivian's. After all, she was half human, half dragon. However, Tustivian had been firing his breath rapidly, and a recent explosion had greatly diminished the power of his breath. He was hastily spewing out even weaker breaths without a moment to catch his breath. Duskbringer could hold out sufficiently, and now, as she bought time, charge! The main forces attacked. The collapsed warehouse ceiling. Standing atop the steel frames, I peered down through the gaping hole in the ceiling and shouted to my subordinates lined up beside me. Quick and decisive. We are at a disadvantage if we delay. Let's finish this in one go. Yes. All right, let's go. Tat. I was the first to jump down, followed by the heroes. Airborne. Airborne. Follow His Majesty. The soaring heroes showered down over Tustivian's head. For me, this was already my 3rd time diving from the air. During a fight with Fernandez over New Terra, after being thrown out of the Thorn's Ark, and just before, during the escape from the belly of the King of Flies. Now, with this experience under my belt, jumping from such heights hardly scared me. Beside me, Kuolin, still suffering from acrophobia, grumbled. The landing spot wasn't too high, so it didn't take long before the massive dragon's body came into close view. Hoo whoop! Bodybag used her multiple telekinesis to slow our descent. However, some heroes had not requested telekinesis magic from Bodybag in advance. They used their descent speed and weight to thrust the weapons in their hands deep into the dragon's body. Ha! Among them, Lucas, who had dropped first, sliced through the dragon's body with a blade of light. Like a downpour, the vanguard heroes inflicted wounds on Tustivian's body with their weapons. The dragon's body, covered in black scales, was tough and robust, but our equipment was also sufficiently powerful. The scales split and black blood spurted out. Undoubtedly, our attacks were damaging the dragon's body. But, Tustivian, regardless of whether we climbed on top of him or sliced at him, continued to fire his breath at Duskbringer without a care. Are you going to keep spewing it? I shouted, flustered. Duskbringer was doing the same. Her face, already beyond red, was now turning a sickly blue as she continued to unleash her breath. The two dragons seemed determined to keep exhaling their breath until one choked or burned. The problem was that Duskbringer was steadily losing ground. Although the two breaths had initially counteracted each other in midair, soon the collision point had noticeably shifted towards Duskbringer. There's not much time left before her grace can no longer hold out. Hurry! However, regardless of our effective attacks, Tustivian's body was so massively swollen that even inflicting wounds wouldn't result in fatal injuries. Our attacks were merely peeling off his skin. Lucas, struggling to push a blade of light into Tustivian's thick neck, turned to me and shouted, "He's too tough and strong, my lord. A quick and decisive victory is impossible." Beside him, nobody's true strike barely managed to split a single scale. It really wasn't easy. I surveyed the heroes around me and commanded, "We need to find a weakness, a reverse scale." Every dragon species has a reverse scale, a spot where the direction of the scales is reversed. This spot is a critical weak point for dragons and also a trigger for their frenzy. Stabbing the reverse scale can kill a dragon, but if the stab fails to kill, the enraged dragon, having lost its reason, will undoubtedly seek to kill us. Naturally, striking such a spot would be immensely painful. Striking there would certainly infuriate them. Just then, Kuilin, who had been crawling desperately on the dragon's back, made a grim face and shouted, "But the scales are too numerous." Exactly, that's the problem. The dragon is enormous. Needless to say, the number of scales making up its body is vast. Among all those scales, one must find the single reverse scale, and to do so in the midst of battle. Finding the reverse scale during such a raid, while the dragon spews breath and swings its tail, spreading dragon fear, is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even its location isn't fixed. In the game, the reverse scale's position changed every time. Even my experience in strategy can't help me find it. Every battle requires finding the reverse scale anew. That's why we trained. But when facing the fake dragon, the reason we set finding the reverse scale as the victory point was this. But no matter how much we train, finding the reverse scale in real combat ultimately relies somewhat on luck and intuition. The heroes swung their weapons all over Tustivian's body, eyes alight with determination, yet the reverse scale was not easily found. Meanwhile, quah, cough, cough, cock. Eventually, Duskbringer couldn't hold out any longer and was thrown out. Duskbringer, exhausted and out of breath, coughed up her breath and was thrown outside the passage by the still ongoing breath from Tustivian. Fortunately, Tustivian's breath had also weakened. Having maintained his breath for several minutes, its power had noticeably dropped, and Duskbringer, though scorched black, seemed to be alive. "Who?" And Tustivian, having blown Duskbringer away, slowly turned his head, directing his gaze towards us. "I must first dispose of these insects who dare interrupt this sacred duel." Whoosh! The air around became heavy, and magic and air began to be sucked into Tustivian's mouth. "He's shooting again even after all that." Of course, rapid firing would have reduced the power, but the threat remained. "But because of that, I've prepared another way to block it." As I shouted, a knight who had still been waiting at the edge of the collapsed ceiling soared up at high speed and began to fall. Behind the pristine white armor, a white cloak fluttered like wings. Long platinum hair streamed out from behind the visor-shaped helmet. "Heroine, enter." The descending knightess laughed out loud. She was Evangeline Cross, now a specialist in aerial combat, captain of the Monster Front Infantry. Swish! As she fell, Evangeline positioned her lance backward and shield forward in a strange posture, and from the back of the lance, flames burst forth like rocket propellant. The fire spirit enchanted in the lance was used as an accelerator. And that was not all. Ting! A halo of magic energy formed behind Evangeline, adding an instant boost. It was a single-shot booster feature built into the armor. Quietly, As she rocketed towards the ground at terrifying speed, holding her shield firmly, Evangeline fell directly above Tustivian's head and, strike! Clang! She slammed it down. She struck the dragon's upper jaw, which was gathering breath, with her large shield. It was a picture-perfect shield charge. Even the mighty Tustivian couldn't withstand it and snapped his mouth shut. Then, boom! An explosion. The breath that was about to be released exploded inside the mouth, wrapping Tustivian's face in flames again. Nice charge, Evangeline. Ha! Absorbing the flames and explosion with her shield, Evangeline rolled down the dragon's neck like a slide and her eyes twinkled. Isn't that the reverse scale? Evangeline pointed towards the end of the dragon's lower jaw. The whisker-like tissues that had been hanging from Tustivian's lower jaw had all burned away after 2 explosions, revealing the hidden reverse scale. Everyone! I pointed in that direction and yelled, "Destroy the reverse scale!" Even in this situation, Tustivian was gathering breath again. It's as if he was born just to breathe fire. We must bring him down before the next breath is fired. Flash! The first to charge was Verdandi. Her thrown blink dagger couldn't penetrate the dragon's scales and bounced off. But Verdandi didn't care and teleported to the handle of the blink dagger floating in midair. With 2 daggers wreathed in green energy, she delivered a large X-shaped slash over the reverse scale. Damn, it's tough. But that wasn't enough to destroy the reverse scale. Verdandi clicked her tongue and tumbled down through the air. Dash! Watching this, King Poseidon planted his trident into the warehouse floor and shouted, "Everyone, rise!" At his command, massive streams of water erupted from the floor. The waiting heroes placed their shields and weapons under their feet and surged upwards on the water streams, surfing them like surfboards. Training for high-altitude attacks was essential for dragon raids, and this method also helped mitigate damage from the dragon's fiery breath by dousing them in water. Up and down, it's absolute chaos. Grumbling, Kuilin, who had surged up, wrapped in red energy, fiercely struck the dragon's lower jaw. Following him, the other heroes continued to rise and pummeled Tustivian's reverse scale. Gradually, clear cracks began to form on the stubbornly resistant reverse scale. Crack dash! By the time Lucas's strike of will hit, a large crack had formed, and then, with a large hammer in one hand and a chisel in the other, Kelly Bay surged up on a water stream. This strike is... Reaching the dragon's lower jaw with his wet beard flapping, Kelly Bay placed the end of the chisel on the reverse scale. "For my son, you beast dash!" He precisely hammered down on it. Clang dash! The reverse scale shattered into pieces. Kra-awara dash! Until now, Tustivian had withstood every attack, even an explosion of breath within his throat. But he couldn't withstand the pain of the shattered reverse scale and let out a booming roar. Crew? It was a terrifyingly powerful dragon roar. Thanks to my unyielding commander's skill, the heroes weren't affected by fear, but they couldn't stop their bodies from instinctively freezing. Heroes about to launch further attacks paused momentarily, and even in his agony and rage, Tustivian managed to gather breath for another shot. With eyes glittering with furious rage and hatred, Tustivian aimed to unleash his breath at us. I was ready to defend against this breath with another method, but, there was no need. Duskbringer, who had sprinted up to us, kicked off the ground and leaped up to Tustivian's eye level with terrifying force. Then, gripping the dragon's lower jaw with both hands, she opened her small mouth wide and at the spot where the reverse scale had been sheared off. Burn! She thrust her breath into it. Swoosh dash! A beam of red magical light burst from Duskbringer's mouth, piercing through Tustivian's lower jaw. Boom! Quang! Explosions erupted continuously from Tustivian's neck and face. But Tustivian was a formidable dragon. Even as his lower jaw flew off and melted, he fixed his gaze on Duskbringer and expelled the breath he had gathered. For a moment, the 2 breaths collided violently in midair, but soon one faltered and was engulfed by the other. The victor was Duskbringer. Tustivian's massive black breath was cleanly obliterated by Duskbringer's slender red breath. Crash dash! The red breath that had blown away Tustivian's lower jaw now pierced through his upper jaw, eyes, and brain. The battle was decided, and Duskbringer slowly stopped her breath. Covered in ash and soot, Duskbringer and Tustivian, whose giant face was completely melted and burned, exchanged a glance. You conspire with these insect-like humans. With half his gigantic face melted away, Tustivian spat out his last words. His voice, transmitted by magic without a tongue or jaw, seemed about to dissipate at any moment. Do you fight us even to this extent, descendant of the Red Dragon? Of course. Exhaling flames from the corners of her mouth, Duskbringer grinned spitefully. Half of me is human, you monster. Ha ha ha. Laughing or moaning in despair, he uttered his final unintelligible words. Tustivian's giant head and neck slowly toppled to the side. Thud! Dust billowed heavily. Chapter 632. The Fong of the Black Dragon, Tustivian. The massive evil dragon had fallen sideways in death, its face mostly blown off in a gruesome display. Standing emotionlessly in front of the fallen beast's corpse was Duskbringer, covered in soot from the dragon's breath. Her armor was still intact but damaged. Her clothes fluttered unsightly, and her once lustrous black hair was a complete mess. She muttered to herself beside it. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've directly taken down members of the Black Dragon Legion. There are a total of 7 dragons in the Black Dragon Legion. Of those, we have now subdued 3. One I killed in the Colosseum in my first year, another was captured a few days ago, and this one is the first we've taken down properly in a raid. How do you feel about defeating your nemesis? A conversation I had once had with Duskbringer came to mind. She had said that being born a black dragon was a crime. Due to the bad blood passed down from previous generations and ideological differences over the existence of the world, Duskbringer deeply hated the black dragons. I'm not sure. I feel strange. But Duskbringer's voice lacked the venom it once had. I realized it as soon as we faced each other. We were fated to fight and kill each other. Even now, my thinking hasn't changed. Black dragons are inherently sinful, and these creatures that seek to destroy the world. That's my belief, and it's the natural order. Duskbringer clenched her lips as she looked down at Tustivian's open, lifeless eyes. But why? When I looked into his eyes, I wondered if it wouldn't have been okay to talk a bit more before killing each other. She then let out a hearty laugh. It seems I've grown soft being around you. Don't be mistaken. Black dragons are beings meant to destroy the world, and for our survival we must kill them. What I said was just... Duskbringer stumbled over her words before spitting out. Nostalgia. Nostalgia. Yes, nostalgia. Even though we're archenemies destined to fight to the death, we're also of the same dragon kind. Now extinct, this is the only way we can reunite. Kin from the same origin. It's just a fleeting longing for the old times. Duskbringer gave me a sidelong glance. Such useless sentimentality and trivial worries should be discarded. We must become iron-hearted and fight. You know that, right, Ash? She brushed the soot off her body and trudged away, her frizzy hair bouncing as she moved. As she walked away, I turned my attention from her to the interior of the warehouse where our allied heroes were beginning to organize. Inside the military warehouse were piled various valuable items. Not only treasures gathered by the dragon in its lair, but also numerous military supplies stockpiled during the era of the Lake Kingdom. Of course, these are fine spoils, but the greatest trophy is Tustivian himself. Tustivian was the first complete dragon corpse we had obtained, meaning we could now genuinely begin crafting Dragon Slayer equipment. The equipment that could be made from Perikian's claws was limited. Their grade was capped at SR. But now, from the bones, skin, scales, heart, we could craft equipment from various parts. Everything inside the warehouse was being transported to Crossroad through the activated teleport gate. Watching this, Evangeline chuckled. If it's like this, The rest of the dragons will be easy to capture, won't they? Aha! I had said no to planting flags, hadn't I? As I tapped Evangeline's lips with my finger, she pouted discontentedly. Lucas, amused, also placed his finger on Evangeline's lips. Evangeline then blinked her eyes widely and suddenly bit Lucas's finger. Listening to Lucas's scream, I turned to the main party members gathered around me. The real dragon raids begin with the next dragons. The battles ahead will be incomparably harder. Calician, Perikian, and Tustivian. Each had one or a few clear weaknesses compared to other dragons. But the ones we will face next are different. Dragons capable of using all their powers, each with their unique advantages. It won't be an easy fight. Proper Dragon Slayer creation, followed by thorough preparation, will take them down one by one. I took a deep breath and glanced at the system window. Stage 40. Time until start, 25 days. Stage 40. Less than 4 weeks left until Nightbringer invades Crossroad. The rough path ahead of us was becoming narrower and more rugged. Any fatuous concerns were now too difficult to retain in mind. Lake Kingdom, Zone 10. The fountain square in front of the king's castle. As it wasn't the season of overflow, purified clear water was springing from the massive fountain, originally guarded by a demon guard squad, now gone, leaving the place deserted. Whoosh! Thump! A gigantic dragon landed, spreading its wings wide. Its body, completely covered in flawless black scales, seemed as if clad in well-forged armor. The body, with its elegant curves, split into 3 necks, each topped with a head that glinted with ferocious eyes. The tri-headed dragon. The eye of the black dragon, Ippian. This was the agreed-upon meeting place. The middle head spoke in a dignified voice, while the left head snorted disdainfully. What do you know, idiot? You set up the meeting without talking to us, doing whatever the hell you want. Then the right head nodded off, muttering, Sleepy. I want to sleep. The cursing left head and the truly slumbering right head, now snoring. Ippian's middle head sighed deeply. Considering the eons spent with these two, he was utterly fed up. Fine, you keep swearing and you keep sleeping. I'll handle the meeting. Ah! Sneakingly trying to take control again. Hey! Remember, we're all the eye of the black dragon. Stop acting so high and mighty on your own. It's annoying. Growl. As the 3 heads bickered, slept, and quarreled, another dragon approached the square, slicing through the sky. It was a Yinglong with unusually lush feathers sprouting from its wings, unlike typical dragons. Gracefully circling in the air, the dragon folded its wings and landed softly in the square. The wing of the black dragon, Winjon. Long time no see, elder brothers. Winjon trailed off his words. Whether he arrived or not, Ippian's 3 heads were too busy arguing among themselves to notice. You're too foolish. It's only natural that I lead the meeting. You always act so smart. But whose poor judgment caused us to die in our past life, huh? Zzz. Catching glimpses of Ippian's quarreling heads, Winjon sighed as if to say, Here we go again. Behind Winjon, the monsters he had subdued as subordinates known as guardians crowded around, setting up a defensive perimeter. Unlike other dragons, Winjon enjoyed actively forming groups and had conquered several monster legions to bring them under his command. Leisurely, Winjon watched his elder brothers fight as his minions waited on him. Then, at that moment, Woa! Sorry, brothers. I'm late. Another dragon appeared, slicing through the sky. This dragon had a snake-like long body with 4 limbs sprouting from it, resembling a divine beast from across the eastern seas. With long catfish-like whiskers fluttering, this dragon wore unusually large glasses. The pure scale of the black dragon, Scalian. Floating gently down to the square, Scalian joined the others. Finally, all 3 dragons summoned for this meeting were gathered. Ippian's middle head turned to his siblings with a warm smile. Yes, it's been a while. Winjon, Scalian. Hope you've been well. Damn it. Every time I see you, I swear these names are a pain to remember. The left head burst in angrily. It's so confusing. So from now on I'll just call you Wing and Scale. That okay? And you can just call me I, okay? Both Ipian's middle head and Winjon and Scalian were taken aback. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Winjon suggested, since conversation is difficult in this state, how about we polymorph first? It was awkward to cause such a commotion at their dragon sizes. Moreover, Ipian's left head had a voice so loud it was painful to hear. The three dragons agreed and simultaneously used their draconic power polymorph Magicto transform into human forms. This ability, not available to their younger siblings, was an easy feat for these true dragons. Ipian was the first to complete his transformation. With neatly trimmed black hair and dressed in elegant black armor, adorned with long earrings, this man had 3 eyes. With the third eye vertically set between his brows, 3 golden eyes glaring intensely. Although this polymorph dragon looked fine on the outside, I'm in charge. Shut up. You always have all the fun. It's my turn today. Quiet. Let's just sleep. Really? The 3 eyes rolled around glaring at each other, taking turns speaking through one mouth. Just after transforming into humans, the eldest, now with a triple personality, was observed by Winjon and Scalian. This is madness. Winjon transformed into a handsome man with a ponytail and a feather-decorated coat, while Scalian appeared as a timid scholar in robes, wearing glasses. Ugh! Ugh! After a brief struggle for dominance inside, Ipian's right and middle eyes closed tightly, and only the left eye remained wide open. All right, my siblings. I have taken control. It seemed the left head had won. In front of his brothers, who always thought he was unbearable, Ipian picked his ear and asked, so what was it? Why did we gather today? Wing, Scale, tell me. You were the one who called us here. Oh, did I? The reason was obvious. The Black Dragon Legion had recently faced consecutive disasters. Parikian has gone missing, and recently Tustivian was killed. It seems the Guardian of Humanity brought an army and did this. TL note. As you may have noticed, all black dragons should have had the part they were made from plus Ian in their names. It's the case with Ipien, Wing Ian and Scalian. I'm not sure if it was intentional or the author just messed up, but Tustivian is obviously related to Tusk and I have no idea how Parikian correlates to Claw. Winjon explained calmly, causing Ipian to explode in anger. Damn these dragon bastards. It's so hard to remember their names. Which parts are they? His reason for anger was a bit different. Winjon, or rather Wing, sighed. He just decided to go along with what Ipian or I wanted. Claw and Fong, both missing and dead. These useless bastards, in their past lives and now, always end up getting trashed like idiots. The grumbling I asked curiously, but didn't we have another sibling? Collision. The blood droplet, do you mean? She died 2 years ago. Oh, my poor and frail sister. She's finally gone too. I sighed, then asked, who killed her? The Guardian of Humanity did. That damn bastard. How dare he touch my precious sister? I will kill him myself. Although his response was about 2 years late, I cared deeply for his sister. It seemed he didn't care much about his brothers living or dying. Shall we discuss that today? Wing calmly looked between eye and Scale and whispered, the Guardian of Humanity. He personally leads the army against us. We must decide what punishment to impose on this audacious human. Chapter 633. What punishment shall we impose on the Guardian of Humanity? Winjon, known as Wing, raised this issue. Ipian, known as I, curled his lips evilly. Hehehe. The audacity of that mere human to harm my sister. He's incredibly insolent. Fine. I'll make sure to tear his insignificant limbs apart. It was then. Scalian, known as Scale, covered his face with both hands and screamed. Wait. Stop, brother. That's a death flag. I hesitated with a puzzled look, and Wing blinked in confusion. Death. Flag. What are you talking about? Scale? Scale, pulling at his hair, explained. If you use terms like mere, insignificant, insolent towards humans, you're guaranteed to be killed by them. You won't survive. Since you used all those terms together, oh no, this is dangerous, really dangerous. Shivering, Scale adjusted his large glasses, and in a timid voice, he muttered to the two dragons. Honestly, I think even holding this meeting is dangerous. What are you even talking about, Scale? An assembly of executives from an evil organization planning to defeat humans? And in such dark surroundings? This is totally a flag, you know? It's as if we're performing a ritual asking to be killed. Listening to Scale ramble incomprehensibly, I and Wing finally noticed the title of the thick book in Scale's embrace. The Legendary Chronicles of the Lake Kingdom. Ah, that's right. Scalian, this guy is, both thought at the same time, a severe addict of human culture. After being revived in the darkness of the Lake Kingdom, the pure Scalian had made his lair in Zone 9's Royal Library. Finding himself idle, he began reading the books there, and became completely addicted. Not satisfied with reading all the library's books, he delved deep into the history and culture of the Lake Kingdom. Enamored with human culture, loving it too much, if Ash were here, he would have called him a human otaku. That was the Black Dragon's pure Scalian. Of course, I also hate humans. It's natural for the world to burn and be destroyed. Noticing the cold looks from his brothers, Scale frantically waved his hands. We should exterminate humans, but their culture, it's really awesome. You should read this, brothers. It's really interesting. Even if I read these vile books written by those lowly humans. Whoa, you can't use lowly or vile like that, Wing. It's a death sentence. Hehehe, Scale. Who could possibly kill us? Forbidden. Even saying that is forbidden. It's a total flag. Don't use it anymore. I got it. Despite Scale's earnest dissuasion, the brothers paid him no heed. Leaving Scale to mutter weird noises, I and Wing quietly conversed. Why doesn't Father just destroy humanity now? Why promise them a reprieve and leave them be? It seems to be the rule. Even Father cannot easily defy it. I don't understand. Hasn't he already seized the throne here? There's no need to obey anyone else. Well, who are we to presume to know Father's intentions? There might be things only visible from the throne. While Wing didn't question Father's actions much, I still shook his head, unable to comprehend. Giving them time to become stronger, favoring them under the guise of rules. I don't see how Father is any different from that demon lord. It's different, Wing said with a smile. When Father's time comes, he will not hesitate to shatter humanity into pieces. That is our purpose, our great endeavor. Right? I slowly nodded. Their father's current actions might be incomprehensible, but that much was certain. Hatred. Their father hated the world. When the time of destruction comes, he will not hesitate. He will surely crush it by his own hands. The issue now is the stance of the children. Winjan adjusted his voice and said, Let's get back to the main point. The guardian of humanity is leading his army against us. How shall we punish him? Their Father Night Bringer will surely not care. Whether his children die or the guardian of humanity perishes, he will not act during the grace period he has granted to humans. I chuckled mischievously. So, even if we kill the guardian of humanity, Father would be fine with it, right? Leaving him alive might be for their father's amusement. If he is roaming in this darkness, begging to be killed, there's no reason not to tear his throat out. If he is within humanity, we cannot kill him without marching orders. But if he steps into the dark realm, isn't that as good as asking to be killed? Killing him is a given. The question is, who will do it and how? Wing nodded at I. Blood Droplet, Claw, and Fong might have been easy targets, but we three are of a different caliber. Any one of us could crush him like an ant. Scale, listening in, whined that this is also a flag, but the brothers paid no mind and continued their conversation. Then I will take the lead. There's no need to stain your hands, brother. I will handle it. No, that won't do. If you finish it all on your terms, Wing, then I won't get to taste that arrogant fool's fear. I'll be the one to kill him. Don't worry, I will capture him alive. You can finish him off with your own hands. But I want to slaughter his army too. Observing the jostling between the two brothers, Scale chimed in.
Brothers.
May I make a suggestion? Ha! Speak. Then Scale, with a bright smile, raised his arms high. Why don't we just leave them alone? What in the world are you talking about, Scale? The confused duo listened as Scale calmly explained. The Guardian of Humanity is already attacking us with his army, right? If we just let him be, he'll strike one of us eventually, won't he? Right? So, there's no need for us to argue about who will kill him. Just let him attack, and whoever gets attacked deals with him. How about that? At first glance, it seemed like a fair opportunity for the Guardian of Humanity to attack any one of the three. Wing pointed out a flaw. He has been attacking our legion in order of weakness. In other words, the next one he attacks will be whom he deems weakest among us. The three quickly exchanged glances. Each believed they were the strongest. That was an unchanging truth for each of them. So, who is the weakest? Well, it sounds like a good suggestion. Eventually, I chuckled and shrugged. Being treated as the weakest by the Guardian of Humanity in their eyes means being the most pathetic. Giving the chance to kill the Guardian of Humanity to whoever gets that treatment. Sounds good to me. I was confident that the opportunity wouldn't come to him. But as a magnanimous eldest brother, he was prepared to give his siblings a chance. He was somewhat impressed with himself for being so generous and noble. However, he added one condition. However, there's a condition. You can tear apart his army all you want, but capture the Guardian alive. Then, present him to Father, and we'll kill him in front of Father. This roughly reached a consensus. Military glory, the Guardian of Humanity would roll into whoever's lap he chose to attack. However, the Guardian himself would be captured and killed together in front of their father. Shall we adjourn the meeting then? The other heads are making a ruckus trying to take control. With his hands covering the middle and right eyes, I spoke. There was no more discussion to be had. They were never particularly close siblings to begin with. The three dragons exchanged simple goodbyes and dispersed to prepare for the enemy in their respective lairs. All three thought there was no way the Guardian of Humanity would come to their lairs, but they had to prepare defenses to show the other two dragons. Flash! As the magic exploded, the dragons released their polymorph spells and returned to their original forms, then launched themselves into the sky and dispersed. The eye of the black dragon, the three-headed dragon Ippian. As soon as he returned to his original form, the three heads began to snap at each other and swiftly flew away. The wing of the black dragon, the Inglong Winjan, led his monstrous legion and glided back slowly. And the pure scale of the black dragon, the eastern dragon Scalian, floating slowly in the air, watched his two brothers disappear and then turned his body leisurely. Interesting. Guardian of Humanity. Scalian glanced down at the book he was holding, the legendary chronicles of the Lake Kingdom. I'm truly curious about how you'll defeat the other dragons. It might have been luck that he managed to harm Blood Droplet Collision. But Claws Perikian and Fangs Tustivian were clearly defeated by skill. Scalian felt a profound pleasure and curiosity in the fighting style of the Guardian of Humanity. Ippian, Winjan, and even himself. He was eager to see how they would be strategized against. Chuckling, a dark malevolent energy swirled around Scalian's black form like a cloud. Riding that cloud of dark energy, Scalian slid back to his lair, eagerly anticipating the next dragon raid orchestrated by the Guardian of Humanity. Ash. Several days had passed since the Tustivian raid. The production guild was busy crafting new Dragon Slayer weapons. I had prioritized ordering armor made from the black dragon scales and leather, as powerful armor was crucial to protect our allied heroes from dragon attacks. However, crafting armor from such materials was challenging without prior experience. Fortunately, I had obtained some excellent references to base the new armor on. The reward from the Zone 9 Dungeon's military warehouse. Lucas's final armor, the Black Scale armor. Finally completed Lucas's endgame gear. Lucas had finished farming for his core equipment. Now, only a few accessory pieces remained to be sorted out. Despite the powerful armor made from the Black Dragon's own scales, Lucas had yet to try it on. As the armor was being used as a reference to produce other pieces. "I am fine, my lord. It is for everyone on the front line. So a little delay in trying on the armor hardly upsets me." Even as he said this, Lucas gnawed on his lip. It was bleeding. Naturally, because the Black Scale armor had to be thoroughly examined for the production, it was now disassembled and hanging on the wall of the forge. Lucas felt as if his own body had been taken apart. Just a little longer. Clang. Clang. During the same period, Kelly Bay supervised the entire forge, immersing himself in crafting other equipment. Notably, gear from the energy core of the King of Flies. Armor sets forged from the magical core of King of Flies Beelzebub. "Are you all right, Kelly Bay?" "Of course I'm fine. No, it's the opposite. I'm pleased." Every time I visited the forge and asked worriedly, Kelly Bay, drenched in sweat, chuckled. "I'm crafting from the core of the creature that killed my child. For me, this process is a form of appeasement." Suddenly, I remembered an event from Stage 5. The vampire King Celendian was also an enemy of Kelly Bay. Celendian had killed his brother, and Celendian's magical core was reborn as the Lord of Crimson, now in Junior's hands. Perhaps the equipment from Paris King Beelzebub's core held a similar significance for him. After days of dedicated work, not quite a Nightmare Legion commander, but this is practically a nightmare slayer. The power it holds, the darkness within, finally completing the equipment. Kelly Bay looked over the finished product on the workbench with complex emotions and beckoned. "Here, it's done. Take a look." I slowly approached to inspect the armor. The dark-colored armor consisted of 3 pieces: a chest plate, leg armor, and a helmet adorned with a halo-like crown. Chapter 634. The armor set was forged from the magic core of Beelzebub, the King of Flies. Its name is Lord of the High Tower. One of the many aliases of the King of Flies was adopted as the name of the equipment. It was chainmail, with tiny magic metal chains linked closely together, so finely crafted and natural-looking that it could be mistaken for cloth at a glance. Wearing it felt like a long coat that flowed from top to bottom. However, each piece of this chain was reprocessed from a magic core. It included 3 SSR-grade magic cores of the King of Flies, and additionally 100 R-grade regular magic cores were hammered in for processing. It was a luxury possible only because magic cores from past defensive battles were rotting away in abundance. As a result of this extravagant display of magic cores, each piece of the chainmail could function as an auxiliary source of magic power. They resonated with each other, aiding the wearer's magic computations. The armor itself became a super-grade magic reliquary. It's quite similar to what the King of Flies did. The King of Flies was an amalgam of countless flies, using the collective consciousness of the flies comprising its body for its magic computations. This equipment, made from their magic cores, was eerily reminiscent of them. In addition, I've incorporated the individual barrier creation artifact. It was another spoil of war from the battle with the King of Flies, obtained from mutated flies. We had gathered just over 40 of these, enabling us to use the small-scale barriers that the flies had used individually. The alchemist team really put in a lot of effort. The alchemists had to rack their brains for weeks to apply this artifact technology to our armor. And they succeeded beautifully. This armor, Lord of the High Tower, was the first to fully integrate the barrier artifact. Not only could the wearer create barriers at will, but this armor also developed another unique feature. The chains at the impacted areas automatically detected, reacted to, and computed enemy attacks, generating local barriers to block them. In gaming terms, this would be called auto-guard. Like Evangeline's golem armor, each metal chain played a defensive role, and when damage reached a threshold, they purged in that manner. It was truly a case of using every available technology. All the features of the armor were concentrated in the helmet, allowing the wearer to fully control the armor by focusing their consciousness on the helmet. Every piece of armor supported the wearer's magic computations, and was not only an outstanding armor itself but also featured extreme barrier capabilities. Truly an armor fitting for a commander, a control tower. Lord of the High Tower. The very essence of this game being tower defense makes it a strangely apt name. Of course, its genre is character defense, and the purpose is town defense, but the overarching category is tower defense. Ah, such game nerd thinking. As Kelly Bay lifted the armor slightly with his fingertips, I was lost in various thoughts. The armor is enchanted with lightweight magic. Feels a bit like a heavy coat. It really is wonderful. Amazing, and thank you, Kelly Bay. Chuckling, Kelly Bay turned his gaze toward me. No need to explain, but this armor is meant for you. Indeed, not to mention its support for magic computations. This extremely safety-oriented armor and obsessive will to utilize all technology and resources available to mankind to keep the wearer alive. Without a doubt, this armor was made specifically for me. I never gave such an order, nor did the production team ever hold a meeting to decide for whom it was being made. But this was the outcome. The final battle was near, and here I was, a commander, about to plunge into enemy lines without a suit of armor tailored for me. Even if I had ordered it made for someone else, Kelly Bay and the blacksmiths would have tailored this armor for me. It would be all right for me to wear it, but, however, in the end I am support. This high-performance armor would suit a frontline warrior better. Honestly, I coveted it and it would be incredibly useful to me, but I decided to yield it. Kelly Bay narrowed his eyes and glared at me, so I hurriedly waved my hands. Of course, I'll wear armor too. No, I've been wearing it all along. You'd think I was walking around naked, wouldn't you? I just haven't mentioned it, but I always wore armor when heading into battle. Given my poor stamina, I usually wore light armor, even though just wearing leather was tough enough. This time, several sets of new armor with barrier functions will be available, and I'll choose the lightest one to wear. In short, this armor is too precious to be kept in the rear. That's the issue. Good armor should go to the vanguard at the front lines. Rear support can make do with whatever's left over. So, who are you planning to give it to? Kelly Bay twitched his mustache in displeasure but asked as if respecting my opinion as the commander. There's someone whose armor was damaged in this battle. The Dragon Lady? Yes. No need to beat around the bush. This Duskbringer. She is the sworn enemy of the Black Dragon and must continue to fight at the forefront. It's only right to yield the best armor to this Dragon Lady. I'm planning to give it to her for operation. Do as you please. But remember, no matter who wears it. Kelly Bay tapped the box with his fingertip and earnestly advised. The King of Flies was not one of the official 10 commanders of the Nightmare Legion, but he was certainly a monster of the same class. Perhaps even more so. Naturally, this equipment made from his magic core harbors darkness equal to, or greater than, a Nightmare Slayer. I simply looked at Kelly Bay. Then Kelly Bay shivered. What? Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. Perhaps because he was chosen by the tribal god to become an avatar. Or perhaps because he's been working tirelessly for Crossroad, day and night. Or maybe because he's burning inside with a vengeful spirit after losing his son. Kelly Bay looked emaciated. His eyes were bloodshot, his cheeks sunken and gaunt, and his unkempt beard grew messily. I was worried about this old dwarf, just as much as this old dwarf was worried about me. But I didn't say it outright, just as he didn't. However, this was something I had to instruct. Kelly Bay, I'll tell you in advance. You won't be dispatched in this battle. Kelly Bay's eyes widened in surprise, and I quickly gestured with my hands. Of course, you are a strong warrior. You smashed the jaws of the evil dragon beautifully in the last raid. But why are you sidelining me? There was a hint of hurt in Kelly Bay's voice. Instead of making up another excuse, I gave the real reason. There are too many dragon slayers to produce. And without you, all these processes would grind to a halt. Right now, the forge at Crossroad was mobilizing workers from all races and affiliations, dedicating their full efforts to the production of dragon slayers. And Kelly Bay was the overseer of this project. The moment he steps away, the entire manufacturing process would stop. He was not only an outstanding warrior but also an unmatched blacksmith. The battlefield that suited him and needed him was right here. It was also the place where he could temper the flames of vengeance in his heart. Kelly Bay glanced around the busy forge. Even now, besides Lord of the High Tower, several high-grade pieces of equipment were being produced simultaneously. And the production of equipment must continue unabated until just before the Black Dragon Nightbringer raid. Perhaps this was even more important than being on the front line. Kelly Bay knew this too well to easily object. "Master!" At that moment, Hannibal reached out and gently patted Kelly Bay's shoulder. Kelly Bay silently stared at Hannibal. The once small assistant had grown considerably, now nearly as tall as Kelly Bay, and would probably grow much taller in a few more years. Whatever he reflected in that growth. Kelly Bay abruptly turned towards the furnace after closing and reopening his eyes. "All right, but even if I miss the next 3 raids, I'll accompany you when we go to capture the Black Dragon." "Okay." I smiled bitterly and nodded. "That's fine, Kelly Bay. Then that's settled. I'm busy, so I should go now. Oh, and take that with you when you leave." Kelly Bay pointed to the side with a voice that seemed drained of strength. "This was also completed this morning. It's a weapon made from the magic core and fangs of the evil dragon we captured." On the table next to him, there was a small box wrapped in black cloth. "The owner of this weapon has been pestering me. Wanted it finished first." "Pass it on for me, then." Kelly Bay disappeared into the forge, and Hannibal bowed to me before following the dwarf. I picked up the box containing the armor and the box with the dagger. I left the forge, where people were sweating as they worked, and went to find the person who would be the owner of this weapon. South of the city, the South Gate ruins. Or, perhaps it's a bit inappropriate to call it that now since the reconstruction has progressed so much. The southern city wall, completely destroyed in the last battle, was being replaced with walls brought from New Terra. People were busily moving about and shouting as they assembled the wall at the construction site. Despite being far from completion, the walls from New Terra were already beautiful. Verdandi was squatting in front of the construction site. Behind the wall restoration site, charred dead trees were piled up, waiting to be collected. Verdandi wasn't looking at the walls but at these dead trees. During the last battle against the King of Flies, the wall of trees that blocked his self-destruction, the remains of that miracle. The stem of the world tree summoned by Queen Skuld, who had given her entire eternal life for it. The city was saved, and the tree burned black and died. Skuld, who had summoned the tree, met the same fate. After losing Skuld, Verdandi always sat here whenever she had spare time. Although she helped the production guild and worked all day, sometimes when she couldn't contain the rage inside, she seemed to come here to cool down. I approached her, calling her name. "Verdandi." "Lord Ash." It seemed Verdandi had noticed me coming and gently lowered her head as she said my name. I sat down next to Verdandi. We were silent for a moment. Verdandi turned her head to look down at the spot where Skuld had died. The roots of the dead black tree were burrowing into the ground there. Skuld, who had summoned the stem of the world tree, had become one with the tree, connected here at its roots. Although Verdandi had personally separated Skuld's body and held a funeral, the base of the tree still remained in the ground in front of the south gate. I didn't offer any clumsy words of comfort. Instead, I handed her the wooden box I was holding. "Take this." "This is?" "It's a weapon made from the fangs and magic core of the dragon we brought down, Tustivian." Verdandi silently opened the wooden box. Inside was a wickedly evil black dagger. Chapter 635. Armor is a piece of equipment directly linked to life. That is why armor is being made as a priority with the materials from the Tustivian raid rewards. A quality armor that can withstand the attack of the dragons is desperately needed. However, armor alone cannot win the war. Ultimately, a powerful weapon capable of severing the mighty and tough life of a dragon is necessary. Thus, a weapon made from the essence of Tustivian dragon heart, and its symbol a fong. This is the dagger, Isegam. As it is made from the heart of a dragon and its symbol, its power is beyond imagination. It's a formidable weapon with the potential to transcend the endgame tier in a single bound. Just as an armor made from the King of Fly's magic core is virtually a nightmare slayer. This dagger, forged from the magic core of Tustivian, is also a dragon slayer as well as a nightmare slayer. These evil dragons have also resurrected from a nightmare. They possess strength that does not fall behind any other Nightmare Legion commander. Thus, this weapon also possesses terrifying power that does not lag behind other Nightmare Slayers, and at the same time, it also fully embodies the evil intent to plunge its owner into darkness. Ah! Verdandi reached out her hand towards the dagger as if enchanted. Verdandi! Wait! I caught her hand in mid-air. Verdandi glared at me fiercely. Her eyes were already covered with a vivid golden glow, the majesty of the sovereign, the previous green color hardly visible. Why are you doing this? This is my weapon, isn't it? Right, Ash? With this dagger, I could end the life of any monster in an instant. If you entrust me with such a role, I will gladly perform it. Verdandi. Verdandi is the strongest assassin among the heroes I command, and the legitimate successor of the fairy royal family, chosen by the tribal god. She is already fully qualified. The only thing she needs is a weapon to kill Dragonsa Dragon Slayer. With this dagger in hand, she would be a powerful dragon slayer, capable of massacring the dragons beneath that lake. Just give me this dagger, and I will sweep all the monsters under hell, until I have exterminated every last one of them. Until peace returns to this world, I will be the hunter exterminating them from beneath that lake. So, please, give me the weapon and command me. You came for that, didn't you, Ash? Yes, that's why I came. For the remaining 4 dragon raids, the black dragon's wings, eyes, scales, and the black dragon itself. Verdandi must play a major role in this hunt. She is the right person for the job, and she alone can accomplish it. However, yet, just promise me this, Verdandi. We are commander and soldier, but also allies and friends. We all are walking into darkness to fend off darkness. But still, I hope you maintain your last bit of humanity. Don't forget what's precious. What? People are fine and places too. Try hard to remember everything that was precious to you. Verdandi looked confused. I smiled bitterly. Even as I spoke, I wondered what old-fashioned nonsense I was uttering. But my intuition as a commander, built up on this hellish frontline, was telling me I needed to convey this now. I had to light a candle in her inner self. Don't forget all the people that cherish you. I took a locket out of my pocket and handed it to her. Verdandi quickly grasped the handle of the dagger, Isegam. The oozing black evil energy, crushed under the golden and green emerging from her grip, was forced back into the dagger. Don't worry, Ash. Verdandi faintly smiled while showing complete control over the evil dagger. Elves have good memories. I smiled faintly back and took out another pouch from my coat to give to her. And this is from your homeland. It was tasty. It was a pouch of sunflower seeds, beloved by her race. Taking the pouch, Verdandi smirked at me once more and bowed, and as I nodded back, I stood up and left the area. As I moved away from the southern gate, I turned back, and Verdandi was still sitting there silently, in front of the dead tree stump from which my younger sibling had ripped off the now blackened and burnt dead sibling, with a hand, without even opening the pouch of sunflower seeds in one hand, quietly staring at the dagger held in the other hand. North of Crossroad, the encampment of the Bringer Duchy army. When I handed over the King of Fly's armor, Lord of the High Tower, as expected, Duskbringer vehemently refused. Please, think for yourself. This is clearly your armor. It's a matter of efficiency, Duchess. Knowing that Duskbringer would react this way, I calmly listed all the reasons why she needed to wear this armor. The performance of the armor, the difference in utility between Vanguard and support armor, the role Duskbringer needed to take in the upcoming dragon raid, her strategic importance, and even the assurance of my safety that everyone was worried about. After I rambled non-stop for about 30 minutes, Duskbringer eventually gave in, tearing her hair out. Enough, I get it, enough. I can't beat you in an argument, so stop. So you will wear this armor, Duchess? For now, yes, for now. Sigh. I grinned and personally took the armor out of the box and helped Duskbringer put it on. While I assisted her, Duskbringer sent me a complex pumpkin-colored glance. But do you need to be the one to help me put it on? Isn't it nice for a cute niece to help you? Niece, my foot. You're more like a great-grandson. I fully armored up this girl-looking duke who was grumbling like a distant elderly relative. Finally, to put on the helmet, she had to take off the silver crown she was wearing. Duskbringer held the broken and restored crown in her hand for a moment, fiddling with it before finally setting it down beside her. Then she put on the helmet, which had a halo-shaped crown attached to it. Ho! Fully equipped, she admired herself for a moment, looking down at her body. Let's see. As she closed her eyes and concentrated, the halo part of the helmet emitted a white light, and the size of the armor adjusted. HRRRK. The helmet tightened to fit her small head size, and the chains efficiently disassembled and reassembled. A moment later, Duskbringer turned around in place, now wearing a cool black coat that fit her body perfectly. Interesting armor. Seems to have hidden functions. Above all, I can feel a distinct darkness. Are you okay with that? Of course. This level of darkness, this level of curse is trivial. Duskbringer smiled bitterly. The darkness and curse I've committed are not to be taken lightly either. Wear it well, Ash. And now that you're in such fine armor, show off at the front lines of the battle. Duskbringer then looked at me with a worried expression. And please, as the leader of this front line, take a bit more care of yourself. This is sincere advice from the leader of your allied forces. Take it seriously, you understand? I understand, Duchess. I nodded. I don't want to die either. I'll make sure to look after my own safety. While saying that, it seems like you've given all the armor to other subordinates. Lucas looked at me with dumbfounded eyes. As armor made from Tustivian leather and scales began to be produced in the forge, and the prototype of the mass production model was secured, Lucas's new armor black scale also returned to its owner. Finally wearing his new armor, Lucas sent me a worried look. Apparently, my name was not on the list for the allocation of the mass-produced armor. I chuckled in disbelief. Why does everyone treat me like a child left by the water? Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. And how many emergency measures do I have? Don't worry. Hey, I'm a system user. Do you know your status screens? Status. If I shout that, the system interface pops up right in front of me. I have more cheats than any of you could lack. Stop worrying. That's probably why everyone is so anxious. Lucas, now fully dressed in beautiful black scale armor, sighed. The battles have been tough so far, but this black dragon subjugation, the burden I feel from the bottom of my heart is different. Up until now, it has been a fight against monsters that were merely hideous and evil. But this time, it feels like I'm fighting a being above the clouds. It's like brandishing a sword at a god. Afraid. I've always been afraid. But whereas before it was just about calming the trembling of my body, in front of a dragon, it's like even my soul is trembling. I was a bit surprised by Lucas's candid confession. Even Lucas, who always threw himself into the enemy lines first, was actually fighting his own fears, and now, my unyielding commander skill prevents mental status abnormalities. However, apart from that, all of my heroes have been fighting their own inner fears. The dragon species is of a different class compared to the monsters we've faced so far. Nightbringer, the leader of the Black Dragon Legion, even more so. Can we really defeat such a transcendent being? Everyone must be pondering similar concerns. Ha! Very well. Lucas, having completed donning the black scale, straightened his posture and looked into the mirror. It's a very fine armor that does not fall short of Evangeline's Snow White. In the game, these two ultimate armors, with their real white and real black coloring, were very popular among the fashion-focused players. Both pretty in appearance and outstanding in performance. It seems that, just like the old Midnight and Dusk set, all the real black armors end up with Lucas. The overall color scheme of the heroes has become rather somber since all the Black Dragon Legion equipment is black. Stylish, though. My lord. Then, with his back to me but his bright blue eyes shining in the mirror, Lucas spoke to me. Please allow the use of Excannable in the upcoming battles. Nope, absolutely not. I rejected his request outright. Lucas immediately made a woe is me sound and deflated. Where did all his coolness go just now? Lucas's personal weapon, bestowed sword, is very good equipment. Infinite durability, increased attack range, and a perfect match with Lucas's own skills. It's impeccable as a final gear piece. However, it lacks the destructive attack power of a cursed sword like Excannable, which was recovered from the fallen king. That is also a fact. In the recent Tustivian raid, Lucas's sword strikes struggled to tear through the beast's scales. Lucas must have felt the need for stronger attacks to defeat the remaining dragons. That's why he asked for permission to use the cursed sword. Of course, I know that. In a do-or-die worst-case scenario, whether it's beast transformation or Excannable, I'd have to pull it out. But if such a situation arises, I must be the one to command its use. I must be the one to order my right-hand knight to don the darkness. Not by his own volition. That way, the responsibility is mine. Besides, this guy abuses it too much. If I allowed it, he would undoubtedly use it recklessly without regard for his own body. Cursed sword usage is strictly forbidden. Let's drop this topic. I hammered it in once more and then pulled out the list. Let's see which Vanguard character still needs to be equipped with Dragon Slayer armor and weapons. It's about time to depart for the next raid. It's critical to get the equipment settings right, but there are still heroes who haven't been fully outfitted. Kuilin and then. I glanced at Lucas. Hecate. Both are refusing to accept their equipment. Whether through scolding or persuasion, you need to get them suited up quickly. I commanded the hesitating Lucas. I'll go to Kuilin, you go see Hecate. When do you want me to go? I smiled lightly. Lucas also smiled awkwardly in return. Right now, you knucklehead. The next raid is imminent. When else would it be? Get moving. Chapter 636. So, I went to Kuilin and confronted him about why he had refused to issue equipment. The response was quite something. Do you see this fur, Captain? Huh? It's very visible. It's the highest quality plush fur that drives the fur enthusiasts of the North Wild. It's clearly visible. Kuilin explained, showing off his own plush skin with the tips of his fingers. This is the armor and cape you gave me, Captain. Nightmare Slayer. Massacre under the full moon. The equipment that was made after defeating the Wolf King Lunard was now manifesting a curse, sticking to Kuilin's back. Additionally, all the equipment he had been wearing had fused with it. So, Kuilin's werewolf fur and skin are fully exhibiting the original equipment's performance. Indeed, when I checked the system window, it was just as he said. Even though it looks like he is naked, the equipment stats are being properly applied. No, I insisted. What if you wear more equipment now, huh? Wouldn't that be a bug-like play where you layer equipment over equipment? Bug? Are you talking about insects? What are you talking about? Another gaming term slipped out. Anyway, if you can layer two pieces of equipment in the equipment slot, you naturally should. However, Kuilin slightly shook his head. The point is, my body already has sufficient defensive and offensive power without wearing any equipment. There are not enough Dragon Slayers right now. Isn't it better to give it to friends who don't have any? That makes sense. Dragon Slayers are just starting to be produced, and it's true that there is a shortage. But there are plenty of other equipment available. Other equipment is piled up in the storage. I will pick something suitable and throw it over you, understand? Understood. Tisk. Golden light flickered in Kulin's downcast eyes. If killing that monster helps, then I will do it. I watched Kulin quietly and then asked something I had been curious about. Kulin, how does it feel to be chosen by the tribal god? The chosen quartet. All of their stats had greatly increased. They were still unable to fully control their new abilities, but once they do, they will be several times stronger than before. But all of them looked dangerously unstable right now. That worried me. When I asked, Kulin hesitated for a moment before eventually answering. Everything feels amplified, not just abilities but emotions too. Joy, hatred, sadness. Emotions too. That's why I can't stand those monsters that hurt or kill my dear comrades. I'm feeling this much, but the other two who have lost family feel even worse. Swallowing his words, Kulin then smiled broadly with a wolfish face. But I'll try to stay as sober as possible. For Yun's sake. Didn't you not like Yun that much? Isn't it not all about romantic feelings between men and women? I teasingly asked, and Kulin burst out laughing. She is a great warrior and my precious comrade. Plus, she even likes me. How could I not harbor tender feelings for such a person? When Yun wakes up, I hope the world is peaceful and safe, so I will fight. I couldn't help but admire him and laughed. The bandit king, who used to think only of fleeing from monsters, had now become such a reliable beast king. After encouraging Kulin, I stepped outside the barracks, where King Poseidon was waiting for me. King Poseidon. Prince Ash. We exchanged greetings. King Poseidon also had not yet received his Dragon Slayer equipment, but he wasn't a priority, so I had no intention of nagging him about it. He doesn't look it, but this old man plays a support role like me. Despite his muscular physique, King Poseidon was actually more specialized in support. There was no urgent need for the Dragon Slayer equipment. Anyway, I had no plans to meet him today, but after a moment of hesitation, King Poseidon whispered to me quietly, I have something urgent to discuss with you. King Poseidon looked serious. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. Iti's honey in. Hecate. Lucas came to Hecate's room and handed over armor as soon as she opened the door. This is the armor Water Moon I've been wearing. I've adjusted it for women. Hecate hesitantly accepted the armor. The blue armor shone with a clear luster. Although Lucas had been using it, it was in very good condition due to meticulous care and taming. I've acquired this new armor black scale, so that armor no longer has an owner. I'd like you to wear it. As he said this, Lucas struck a pose, showing off the armor he was wearing, which glinted with a jet black sheen. Damn it! Why are you showing off your armor there? Hecate's anteroom. Junior, who was peeking through the crack in the door at this scene, was tearing her hair out. If you've come to give a gift, just give it and leave. Why show off your new armor there? Sir Knight. Hecate covered her mouth and chuckled. I have armor too, Lucas. You're not wearing it. The reason I don't wear armor is that it's pointless. Hecate glanced at the bandages visible beneath her sleeves. You know, no matter what injuries I sustain, I can just regenerate them with my curse. So, really, still wear it. Lucas added with a serious tone. I'm worried. Hecate's eyes widened as Lucas explained further. Our lord is worried. You've been refusing the Dragon Slayer equipment. Ah, His Highness. Hecate's expression deflated slightly, but Lucas didn't notice. Dragon Slayer armors are indeed in short supply, as you say, so at least wear that armor. It's of excellent quality. Of course, it's not as good as my new armor. With another flashy pose at this point, Junior held her neck. Lucas coolly nodded and walked away. Well, I'll be going then. The Lord will summon us soon, see you then. Yeah, take care. Lucas strode away, and Hecate waved with a limp hand. Hecate. Suddenly, Lucas turned back slightly and smiled faintly. That armor will suit you well. I'm looking forward to seeing you in it. By then, Lucas's brilliant blonde hair eventually disappeared down the stairs. As Hecate's gaze blankly followed his trajectory, clatter, the door to the front room swung open, and Junior, who had been leaning against it, tumbled out with a short scream. Hecate and Junior's eyes met in midair. An awkward silence followed. Oh no! I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. Junior's face turned red as she frantically waved her hands, trying to explain, but Hecate just grinned broadly. I knew. I was watching. Ah. Remember, I'm an inspector, captain of the Glory Knights. I can sense that much, can't I? Embarrassed, Junior scratched the back of her head and stood up, clearing her throat. Well, anyway, that was a pretty good line Lucas dropped at the end. I saw him in a new light. Really? Hecate gazed down at the blue armor she was holding. Isn't it rather cruel? What? To stir someone's feelings with such thoughtless words and leave. It's cruel. As she listlessly set the armor down, Hecate murmured, even though there's no intention to be more than friends. Then, hesitantly, Junior asked, isn't friendship enough? What? Whether it's a crush or friendship, being connected with someone you like, isn't there always a chance it could develop into something more? Isn't that okay? Hecate stared at Junior, who babbled and rolled her eyes. Anyway, the important thing is to keep trying to talk, to not give up. I think that's important. You know, they say there's no tree that won't fall after 10 chops. Maybe if you confess enough times, suddenly it'll fall. Anyway, having someone to flirt with is something, right? I'm not popular at all. As Junior's voice trailed off, Hecate burst into hearty laughter. Her sincere smile caught Junior off guard this time. Hecate then smiled with her eyes. Junior, have you ever tried chopping with an axe? No, I haven't. I'm terrible at relationships. I realized I wasn't in a position to give advice to others. I've never properly liked anyone myself. A true born single. Sorry. I spoke out of turn. Ignore me.
Embarrassing.
Junior, you are a good person, Hecate said sincerely. She showed a fist pump of encouragement to a speechless Junior. So, when the opportunity comes, don't hesitate and just go for it. Okay? You will surely find a good connection. Hecate, expressing her gratitude, said she would arrange the armor she received and carried it into her room. Exchanging a greeting and awkwardly closing the door, Junior sighed deeply. Would it really come to her? Whether it's an opportunity or a connection. Maybe it had already passed by several times, but she, being more oblivious than Lucas, had let it slip away. Well, what if it doesn't come? So what if it slipped away? Junior surveyed the magic and history books filling her room as she shook her head. There's plenty to do other than romance. No, it's not just an excuse of a single person. There really is a lot to do. Muttering to herself, Junior sat down at her desk. She opened a blank notebook and dipped her pen in ink. Whether the world ends tomorrow or not, Junior had things to do. It was to document her own experiences and about this world. That evening, in the Lord's Mansion's reception room, I summoned the heroes. There are 3 remaining members of the Black Dragon Legion we're hunting. I tapped the chalkboard as I explained. Excluding Nightbringer, there are 3 evil dragons left. The wing of the Black Dragon, Winjon. The eye of the Black Dragon, Ipion. The scale of the Black Dragon, Scalion. These 3 are similarly powerful. It's difficult to determine who's the strongest. So I pondered, in what order should we tackle these 3? The first one we should take down is... Thump. I pointed the end of my staff at the wing. Winjon. Gulp. All the heroes swallowed nervously. I lowered my staff and looked around at the heroes. Before we devise a detailed strategy, I will call out those who will participate in this battle. The difficulty of the raids from this point on increases significantly. I had warned them numerous times, and all the heroes were well aware. So, looking at their tense faces, I called out the first member. First, Violet. Whoa! All the heroes clapped and cheered for the first one to be named. Violet was alone outside the reception room, lying atop the captured monster Perikian in the courtyard, with a detached expression on her face, weakly waving her hand. Yes, yes, take me wherever. To any hell, just as the Lord wishes. Violet belonged to the lineage of grumbling but duty-fulfilling heroes like Lily and Margarita. Hang in there, everyone. Looking in her direction, I chuckled. Then slowly, the smile faded from my face. It begins. The formal war with the Black Dragon Legion, the three-part Evil Dragon Raid. Chapter 637. Several days later. As soon as the training of the heroes who were to be deployed and the production of Dragonslayer equipment were completed, I led the heroes into battle. There are escort troops called Guardians at Winjian's lair of the Black Dragon, one of the essential elements of a dragon lair. Guardians, the escort troops, they are underlings who protect the dragons that, like bears in winter, often fall into deep slumber. Since the construction of the lair, some were employed like butlers, inherited from parent dragons, or brought back from adventures in the outside world, various means through which dragons bring others to protect themselves. They are loyal troops who watch their leaders back, servants who cater to them, and when it comes to fighting, they are the rank and file that fill out their numbers. This is what a dragon guardian is. However, in the dungeon beneath this lake, the Black Dragon Legion did not bring in new guardians for their respective lairs, because they could not trust the surrounding monsters. What trust could there be in these villains, always ready to stab each other in the back? Especially when most of these monsters had nearly destroyed the world themselves. But Winjian was different. He had managed to subdue various monster legions to his taste and use them as his guardians. Does he have something he trusts in? How can he have multiple legions as subordinates and that too several legions? Evangeline asked and I grinned. Guess. How did he do it? Did he pay them well? What good would payment do down here in this lake? Maybe he has ambition? Or perhaps he's just overflowing with charm? He might have ambition and charm, but that's not it. Maybe there's a grand cause, and he wielded a grand flag? No, that's not it. I simply gave the answer. The answer is mind control. Ah! Winjian is a dragon among the Black Dragon Legion who is skilled in mind control. He uses it on monster legions he likes, making them his guardians. Not only can he use all the powers of a dragon, but he specializes in mind control and disruption. That's Winjian. So he was the first opponent I chose. At least this ability of mine was a counter to his. Of course, countering his special ability doesn't mean the main raid would be the same. I looked back at my followers trailing behind me and nodded. The matchup strategy has been intensively trained over the past few days. We can definitely win. Not only had everyone trained intensely until the last moment, but they had also heavily augmented their equipment and armament to their limits. Is this really okay? Especially Kuolin, whom I had persuaded vigorously, was now dressed in a new armor and gauntlets over his fur coat. He looked somewhat like a werewolf in armor. Instead of answering, I just flashed a thumbs up. Isn't it because the equipment stats get copied? Ever since ancient times, modifying the equipment slot has been a must-know for speedrunners. Let's make good use of it too. Jingle, jingle. The 5 knights following at a reasonable distance glory knights were also in full armor. The Emperor had transferred these knights to me, not for nothing. Here in the dungeon, they took it upon themselves to be my bodyguards. Even Hecate, who usually did not wear armor, was now completely covered in a seamless blue armor. Lucas had handed over his armor, Water Moon, to her. It suits her well. Lucas nodded in satisfaction as he looked at her. It's worthy of the armor you made for me. Even another knight looks great in it. You're giving up your armor? What's the occasion? He seemed unusually attached to his equipment, but for some reason he readily gave it up. Well, because you gave me a better armor. This? Black Scale. Black Scale? Water Moon. Would prefer being in battle than just sitting in storage. Water Moon? Are you now referring to your armor as if it were a person? These night guys, they're all a bit odd. Besides, if it's Hecate, she has a connection with you. She definitely deserves to wear the armor you made. Anyway, that's how Hecate ended up in armor. It was concerning to see her uncovered all this time, but it turned out well. She seemed slightly uncomfortable in the armor she hadn't worn in a long time and narrowed her eyes at Lucas, murmuring, "Should I keep shooting or not?" "Huh? What are you talking about? There is such a thing." Evangeline made a who sound after listening to Hecate and Lucas's conversation, then suddenly made a motion as if chopping down with an axe into thin air. I asked in confusion, "Why are you acting like that?" "Well, I was thinking I might start actively chopping away too." Not understanding, I tilted my head and then looked back at Junior and Damien. "What's this chopping thing? Is it some kind of slang?" "Well, I guess." "Ahaha." Junior evaded the question, and Damien laughed benignly. "I don't really know either, but anyway, if you get chopped, come to me. I'll cast a healing spell." "Thanks, Damien. Modern youth slang is really tough." As we were having this nonsensical conversation and moving forward, Duskbringer, who was walking at the forefront of our party, looked back at us with a slightly tense expression. It's good to lighten the mood, but start being cautious. We're entering his territory. And then it came into view. A large, ornate building enclosed by a broad fence. It looked like an ancient temple. Zone 9 Dungeon Art Museum. This is where Winjon had established his lair. "What kind of art museum is this? It looks more like a palace," I muttered, and a responding voice reached me. In fact, it was a palace, one of the royal family's villas. It was no longer in use, so it was converted into an art museum where various artworks are collected and displayed. As we all looked that way, we saw Nameless leaning against the fence of the museum, waving at us. "Nameless! I've been waiting, Ash. Let's go together." Nameless had been joining us for every battle in the campaign against the Black Dragon Legion. Where else could we find such a reliable ally in the darkness beneath this lake? I smiled broadly, and Nameless stood beside me, saying something like, "Don't get too excited." Creak. The old, large iron gate of the garden fence swung open to both sides. We entered with our hands on our weapons, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The broad path leading from the entrance to the museum was spotlessly clean. And in the center of the path, exactly midway between the gate and the museum, two chilling monsters stood. One was a headless knight in worn armor. The other, a woman bending her back greatly and veiling her face, constantly sobbing. The headless knight, a Dullahan, and the crying elf, a banshee. These two monstrously strong legions, each alone formidable, were Winjian's subordinates, the guardians protecting him. His taste in choosing guardians is wicked. Both are scary-looking, damn. Are we in a horror movie? As my heroes prepared for battle at the sight of these enemies, the monster's response was unexpectedly the opposite. "Welcome, guardians of humanity. We have been waiting for you." The Legion Commander Dullahan spoke with a voice like scraping metal. Wondering how he could speak without a head, I looked closer and saw a helmet held in one arm. Seems his severed head is stored in there. Heh. The Banshee Legion Commander also spoke.
No, Sobed.
Is she just crying? The rhythm changed a bit, so it seems she is speaking. When I looked back at my heroes with a "can anyone understand that?" expression, they all shook their heads. Seems no one could. "The master awaits you. This way." Okay. Anyway, they did not treat us as enemies but rather led us inside. Lucas was vigorously shaking his head, but I followed Dullahan without hesitation. As the leader of the World Guardian Front, I must become the world's #1 party person, so I don't turn down an invitation lightly. "Someone heal our senior's swollen liver." Evangeline sighed, and Damien immediately used heal on my stomach. "Dude, as if that's gonna cure my fatty liver? I really need to cut down on the alcohol lately." We continued with the jokes and nonsense, but it wasn't without any plan. Knowing this, my followers quietly followed behind me. Silently, the Legion commanders Dullahan and Banshee led the way. I closely observed the two monsters. Just as they appeared in the game, they typically looked like their respective kinds, but there was a peculiar detail. Feathers. Their bodies were adorned with numerous feathers. Dark, glossy feathers. I narrowed my eyes. Hee, hoo. By the way, what is she saying? Hoo. Ugh. Hee. Banshee nearly spat out her words like rap, and as I became increasingly uncomfortable, I asked Dullahan, "Is there a mute button?" "Do not mind it. It's just a simple warning." "Warning?" Confused, I asked again, and Dullahan answered shortly, "A warning not to end up like us." We didn't walk much farther before arriving at the main building of the museum. It was a huge palace built like an ancient temple, and as we stood in front of the main building, a massive stone door slowly began to open. Kung, kung, kung. And finally, as the stone doors swung wide open, "Come in, guardians of humanity." The owner of the place was waiting for us in the spacious lobby of the museum. "I've been waiting." The man, with long glossy black hair tied back and wearing a coat covered in feather decorations, smiled with golden eyes. I called out his name. "Winjon. Thank you for actually calling me by my name. My eldest brother doesn't even remember my name, and my father shows no interest in it." He sneered bitterly and turned to walk inside the building. The sound of his shoes clicked across the vast lobby. "How about we talk before we fight?" "What kind of talk? Other than killing each other, we hardly have anything in common." Haha. How pathetic would it be if beings with intellect only harbored animosity? "So, you do acknowledge that I possess intellect?" I was expecting a cliché repertoire like mere humans, but surprisingly, that was not the case. Winjon chuckled briefly. "Listen, after fighting to the brink of the world's destruction and dying once, I was resurrected after an immeasurable length of time, to find all dragons extinct, and the pets we once thought of as inferior ruling the world. I tried to see things from his perspective. So, it's like if after a third world war, humanity goes extinct on Earth. If I woke up from a cryogenic capsule to find dogs and cats had built nations and were ruling the world. Is this how it feels for dragons? You are still contemptible and lowly beings in my eyes." "Ah, just as I thought. However, you have established your own civilization and, more importantly, you have managed to defeat 3 of my siblings." Winjon scanned the artworks displayed in the lobby. A smile formed on his face, but the emotion behind that smile was far from the joy of beholding beautiful art. It was closer to feeling proud of children playing in the mud. "The world will eventually be destroyed by our Black Dragon Legion, and all life on the surface will burn under our dark flames. Before that, especially you, guardian of humanity, I have a question." Winjon turned to look at me intently and finally asked the main question. "Why did you decide to attack me first? Not my brothers or father, why target me first?" "Purely curious. What rationale did you have for attacking me first?" It seemed that was the issue. Why had I chosen to strike him first among the remaining 3? He asked seriously, so I responded honestly. "You already know the answer, don't you?" Couldn't help but smirk. "Because you're the easiest target, you dumb." While my response was relatively polite on my part, perhaps he hadn't expected me to be so blunt. Winjon's mouth slightly dropped open. "But since you were so polite to me, I'll be honest with you. You're the weakest, the most pathetic, and the dumbest among the 3. That's why I decided to beat you up first." "Why are you asking something so obvious?" "We're busy. We don't have enough time or energy to kill your brothers and father too. Hurry up and die, and drop your loot, you bastard." Chapter 638. As if hurt by the harsh words from the race he treated like pets, a look of annoyance flitted across Winjon's face. "This wretched thing, just because it has a mouth. Excuse me. You're mimicking the appearance of that wretched thing." As I teased him, Winjon flinched. It seemed he had just realized he was polymorphed into a human form. Winjan, struck in the sore spot, fumbled and stammered an excuse. Shut up. The only reason I polymorphed into this form is because the Lake Kingdom is built to accommodate human bodies. Just stop with the endless excuses, man. You're just making yourself look worse. Shut up. This isn't an excuse. Saying it's not an excuse while making excuses only makes you look worse, man. It's even more embarrassing for me. So just stop. Of course, if I could live in the post-World War III Earth as a dog or cat, transforming into a Welsh Corgi or a Munchkin cat and enjoying my time meowing and barking, I probably would. Just enjoy it if you're going to do that anyway. It's less embarrassing that way. As I danced the Enjoy This Vibe shoulder dance, Winjian's lips twisted and he clamped his mouth shut. I was foolish. There was no need to engage in this lowly verbal spat with you. Winjan shook his head in dismay and snapped his fingers. The banter ends here. It'll kill you. Click, click. Suddenly, a horde of monsters poured out from all over the museum, surrounding us in an instant. Following the Dullahan and Banshee, various monsters glared fiercely at us, each aiming their own weapons. Evangeline, who had already pulled out a shield and a cavalry lance, chattered at me. If you could defeat monsters with words, you would have saved the world a long time ago, Senior. You can say that again. It would have been so much easier. But since that's not possible, we have to fight to win. The best I can do is figure out how to get hurt as little as possible. Damien. I turned to Damien, as I had prepared beforehand, and said, I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. Damien, too, had already placed all his magic guns on the ground. A white flash sparkled in the boy's eyes between his curly hair. Do it. Thwack dash. Winjan snapped his fingers again, and the monsters surrounding us all charged at once. And at the same time, Damien threw his magic guns into the air. Target acquired. Click. Spinning in the air, he reached out his arm, caught the guns, and began firing in all directions. Tat-a-tat-tat-a-tat. Ultimate move. Damien's ultimate skill unleashed a barrage of magic bullets on every target. The magic bullets penetrated the monsters, striking the feathers embedded in their bodies. Not just any feathers, but the black feathers embedded in the bodies of all Winjian's controlled monsters. Damien precisely targeted and destroyed these feathers with a dazzling display of his miraculous, no, divine skill. It's all been nonsensical, the things he's done up till now. But this is truly insane. What? Winjan opened his mouth slightly as he witnessed only the feathers in his minions' bodies being precisely shattered. This power is unbelievable? You getting it now, old dragon? I cackled, mocking him. Humans nowadays have quite the temper, huh? Huff. When Damien stopped using his ultimate move, the monsters that had been overwhelming us also halted, looking puzzled at their own bodies. This is... The leader of the Dullahan Legion grimly examined his body. Where once many feathers had been embedded, Damien had left not a single one intact. Has the mind control been released? CHK-? Winjan let out a startled groan, spreading his arms. As he did, feathers burst forth from the hem of his coat, poised to shoot out like arrowheads. Screech dash. But, well-prepared, Junior's tornado erupted, intercepting and shooting down all the feathers attempting to cross through the air. You guys! Visibly flustered like never before, Winjan gritted his teeth. How did you know about my mind control technique? How did I know? It's because I've been killing you over and over in the game. Winjan is a Inglong, a dragon with the wings of a bird. A Inglong. Winjian's body is covered in feathers for about half its length, and these feathers are the medium for his mind control and disruption abilities. When the feathers are shot into a target's body, they act like antennas, receiving Winjian's magic power and disrupting the target's mind. For those with low resistance, a single feather is enough, and even for strong Legion commanders, their minds gradually become disrupted with each feather until, after about dozens, they are completely dominated. If you meet him unknowingly, you will be affected. But what if you meet him knowing? You can cope with it as much as needed. How long has it been since I've tasted such freedom? Kuhuhu. Huhuhuhu. Joy spread in the grim voice of the Dullahan Legion commander, and the Banshee Legion commander also sobbed strangely, seeming pleased. Winjon, this damned winged dragon, you have enslaved us for hundreds of years. Oohoo, hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I've been waiting for the day to thrust my sword into your arrogant winged back, and today is that day. Ooh. Ah, just shut up. You're noisy. As the Dullahan Legion commander recited his fiery declaration of revenge, he eventually could not stand it anymore and smacked the back of the Banshee Legion commander's head. The Banshee Legion commander looked utterly wronged, but honestly, she is noisy. I can't even understand what she's saying. Brothers and sisters, the time of suffering has ended. It's time for revenge. As the Dullahan Legion commander shouted on behalf of everyone, the monsters who had once been under Winjian's command roared in unison and raised their weapons. Let's repay all the grievances and anger we've endured. Kill the dragon. Kradash. The monsters that had surrounded us turned their direction and charged toward Winjon. I was planning to cast Gaze of Command on these monsters and have them attack Winjon for a while, but it wasn't even necessary. The Monster Legion, having been mind-controlled and forced to serve under Winjon for so long, instantly turned traitor and attacked with their swords. These filthy and disgusting monsters. Winjon looked around at the once guardians now rushing at him with weapons drawn and laughed hollowly. Immediately after, the golden eyes of the dragon emitted a terrifying glare. Forgetting the grace you've been shown, you dare. Winjian's body soared up as he kicked the ground, enveloped in light, and then, flash dash, he unraveled his polymorph and transformed back into his true form. It was a dragon with giant bird's wings spread wide to either side. The face was generally reminiscent of a typical dragon, but the mouth area had a hard keratin like a bird's beak. The body, legs, and the long tail were more bird-like, particularly resembling the mythical phoenix, and where there were no black feathers, black scales emerged without a gap. Wow! Honestly, by its actions alone, it seemed like nothing more than a mid-boss level enemy. But its true form is truly impressive. It has a more intimidating presence than most of the major boss monsters we've encountered. In his true form, Winjon inhaled sharply. Kaiweak dash. He unleashed a dragon roar. The sharp, bird-like shriek echoed all around. Not only the monsters charging to kill Winjon, but also us humans preparing for battle clutched our ears in pain. And then, clang dash. Boom. Bang. Various artifacts displayed in the museum lobby could not withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces. Junior's eyes flipped. Wow, that precious thing. Now's not the time to worry about relics. Get ready. Winjon, hovering in the center of the lobby, gathered his strength, and his chest heaved as if inflating like a balloon. Seeing the enemy leader resort to his most sinister pattern from the start, I yelled, "It's a breath attack! Dodge dash!" The next moment, a torrent of magical energy shot from the mouth of the evil dragon and struck the ground. Flash dash! Kong! A blinding flash of light, heat, and a whirlwind ensued, and wiped out the monster legion gathered in the museum lobby. Thump! Thump thump! The museum is collapsing. This place, which had once been a palace of the Lake Kingdom and had become an ancient palace over the years before being repurposed as a museum, and which had maintained its structure for hundreds of years beyond that, was returning to its original form of stone and sand. Winjian's spastic breath not only burned the rebelling monster legion but also scorched his own lair to the ground. Looks like you have a problem with anger management. The moment he used his breath, we immediately ran out of the museum. Thankfully, we were safe. Seriously, a dragon roar flight aerial breath pattern? That's just conscienceless. How do you deal with a wide area stun and beams firing from the air? Most likely, the nearby monsters were all killed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Eventually, all that was left of the museum's pillars and beams crumbled, and the stone ceiling collapsed with a crash. And, from within that dust-filled ruin, swoosh, the Yinglong soared up in a whirlwind. With giant wings unfurled, black trickery streamed out like boosters from an engine. aiding its terrifyingly fast maneuvers. This isn't even Earth's jet, what the... You would have said you underestimated me, guardians of this realm. Winjan growled as he slowly circled above our heads in the air. I'll let you die regretting your pitiful judgment. I smiled with trembling lips. I was throwing jokes around, deliberately provoking and ignoring him, trying to lighten the mood so our allied heroes wouldn't tense up unnecessarily. But I must admit, it burns. My hair is standing on end, and I'm getting goosebumps. I trembled in the face of his overwhelming malice and sinister energy. This is a true dragon. Still, I laughed. You are not invincible, and there is a strategy to defeat you. Nothing different from what I've been doing. I believe in my strategy. I kill monsters. I protect people. That's it. I'll trample you. Winjan soared to an immense height and then dove down at us with terrifying speed. The furious breath that Tustivian had been spewing was a special case. Normally, dragons have a cooldown on their breath usage. Winjan was no different. He had just nicely played a tune, so he wouldn't be able to use his breath for a while. Then the alternative pattern he would use. Screech. Air glide followed by a bombing run. His massive body swiftly closed in, and from Winjian's widely spread wings thousands of feathers shot out like machine guns. The sound of the air tearing apart as thousands of black feathers poured down over our heads was deafening. Each feather carried the force of a large-caliber bullet, and even surviving a hit would subject one to his mind control. It lacked the intuitive destructive power of a breath, but it was a dreadfully strong pattern nonetheless. However, knowing the pattern means naturally having prepared countermeasures and strategies. Click! Duskbringer rushed forward and stood in front of us. Phew! Duskbringer gathered strength with her eyes closed. Whirring. The halo part of her helmet heated up in a bright red glow. Her newly donned armor, Lord of the High Tower, responded to her magic, and the dark coat turned red in an instant. Her red magic and the armor's original dark color overlaid. Her figure resembled flickering flames. High Tower. Duskbringer extended one hand forward and uttered the activation word. Deploy. Whir. The chain coat she wore disintegrated from the hem, and the chain pieces spread out wide in the air. The chain pieces connected with each other through magic in the air above our heads, forming a massive vortex. Humph! As Duskbringer focused, the halo on her helmet emitted an even stronger red light. Swoosh! Suddenly, a barrier unfolded within the chain vortex above our heads. The barrier was large enough for dozens of our side's heroes to safely take cover, and it perfectly blocked Winjian's feather barrage. Drum, 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 sounded like rain, the sound of feathers raining on the barrier. With the barrier deployed like an umbrella, Duskbringer turned to look at me casually, as the enemy leader's attack was effortlessly deflected. Her armor had disintegrated and deployed in the air, leaving Duskbringer in her favorite red sleeveless dress with only her helmet on. She sparkled like the sun with her red halo and smiled mischievously. This armor, this is how you use it, right? I silently smiled back, and thought to myself,
Man, tat scare.
That armor, I should have given it to the dragon lady 100 times over. Chapter 639. Thud. 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 The feather bombardment had ended. Winjan flew over us and far into the distance. It would surely come back this way, attacking with different means next time. Its slowly rotating wings extended far to the sides, and a dark, sinister energy formed on the entirety of the wings. That pattern is... It had used the breath pattern and the dive-bombing pattern, so what remained was Wave of Wind pattern, the third signature attack of Winjan. Using its giant wings, it would continuously launch sweeping waves of wind across the ground. The Wave of Wind pattern. It was obvious, but this was indeed a floor attack pattern. And this was the pattern we were targeting. We had focused solely on evasion for the breath and feather bombardment, but this pattern was one we could counterattack. Thus, my heroes had been trained to pour in their attacks when facing this pattern. Everyone, prepare to counterattack dash. As I waved the flag to signal the offense, The eyes of the waiting heroes changed in unison. Proceed as planned, as we've trained before. Don't make any mistakes. Yes, dash. From the forefront of the heroes who responded in unison, Duskbringer prepared to lead the attack once again. SSSSSSHHH. The Lord of the High Tower that had been deployed in the air was retracted. Dark red chains swirled around her body, converging into her outstretched right hand. The chains, connected by magic power, molded into a new form in her grasp. From the handle to the massive guard, and from the guard a huge blade rose. In the next moment, a burning black and red chained greatsword appeared in her right hand. I broke out in a cold sweat. No, wasn't that supposed to be armor? I mean, I had included barrier functions in it, but how did it transform into a greatsword? Still dressed in a red sleeveless dress, with her slender arms visibly light, Duskbringer spun the greatsword around with ease and grinned. This form is the armored blade. A versatile armor indeed. I laughed helplessly. In some ways, it really was like an armor forged by the King of Flies. The chains that made up the armor moved individually, performing the shapes and functions the wearer desired. It must be because it's Duskbringer that she handles it so adeptly. The greater one's magic power, the freer their control becomes. Since it's Duskbringer, with her dragonblood ownership and ability to materialize magic power, that she can manipulate it like that. Anyhow, Duskbringer's armor performance was impressive, but there wasn't much time to be distracted by it. Winjan had completed its turn and was flying straight towards us. Let's finish this in one go. Everyone, let's go. Good, I will lead. Everyone, follow closely. Charge. Duskbringer ran at the front, followed quickly by the vanguard heroes who rushed forward. Flap. Lowering its altitude, Winjan came closer to us and paused at one point in the air, then repeatedly flapped its wings mightily. Each time, a blackened current mixed with the wind waves roared from the tips of its wings. The sinister, enemy-laden wind waves continuously swept across the ground toward us. Charge. Charge dash. And my heroes skillfully kicked off the ground, dodging the attack with perfect timing, and approached Winjan. We've gotten so practiced at dealing with this floor attack pattern that it's getting old. Meanwhile, our heroes, who were facing these wind waves without taking any damage, were rushing towards it, causing Winjan considerable consternation. While using this wind wave technique, Winjan couldn't move. The delicacy required to control the air currents and fire them off meant that it was using all available air currents for attack, immobilizing itself in the process. In gaming terms, it was caught in a channeling state during the skill's use. In other words, for a brief time, it was definitely stationary. Hit it hard dash. If our heroes could just reach it in that time, they could grab Winjan by the scruff of its neck and pull it down to the ground. Soon, the vanguard of my heroes had reached the ground right beneath Winjan. Gasp! From the rear, King Poseidon confirmed their arrival and planted his trident in the ground. Swoosh! From the ground, a stream of water erupted, and the leading heroes were propelled upwards on it. It was a high-ground attack tactic once used in the Tustivian raid. How arrogant, you vermin! As humans reached the same eye level, Winjan's golden eyes contorted with rage. Return to the height that suits you. Crawl on the ground dash. Winjan's beak-like mouth gaped open, and screech dash. A corporeal sound wave burst forth, slamming all the approaching vanguard heroes to the ground. It was a dragon roar, though Winjan's was slightly different from other dragons. It had a mix of the sound wave attack similar to the Harpy Legion they had previously encountered. Perhaps it was due to being part bird, part dragon. Arg! Even with earplugs, my ears hurt. The vanguard heroes who had ascended on the water stream screamed in agony as they plummeted. Yet, some heroes endured the dreadful screams and managed to get right up to Winjan's snout. Duskbringer, Lucas, and Kuilin. Duskbringer had breached using Lord of the High Tower like a shield, while Lucas had Evangeline take the brunt of the sound wave, causing her to fall. Uncle, half of your military achievements are mine. Got it? Lucas scoffed at the shouting Evangeline, stepped on her shield, and gathered strength to soar upwards once more. Evangeline screamed miserably as she fell, and Cuchulainn just endured it with a monstrous resilience, having broken through his limits. Having become one with Nightmare Slayer, a chosen of the tribal gods, and wearing double layers of equipment, Cuchulainn had become so strong that even I couldn't fully grasp his specs. These three, having broken through Wingian's dragon roar, flew right up to the vicious dragon's snout. Duskbringer raised her chained greatsword with a fierce smile. Indeed, it's always best to grab and swing the tower. The blade of the giant chained greatsword in her hand spun like a saw blade, glowing with sunset-colored magic power, and then, crack, she struck Wingian's crown. Almost simultaneously, Lucas, having surged upward with step of persistence, glided smoothly through the air and then, slash, used strike of will to cleanly slash across one of Wingian's eyes. Lastly, Cuchulainn assumed his distinctive stance in mid-air, single-minded torrent, and honestly slammed his ultimate skill. Thwomp! Cuchulainn struck precisely where Wingian had been spewing its dragon roar and sound wave attacks, along with clitched dragon-like lines from its beak. Wingian staggered in mid-air, incredulous. The horn on Wingian's crown, a magic-gathering organ, was crushed by Duskbringer's attack, while Lucas's sword cut had scattered the divine aura of one of its eyes. And Cuchulainn's attack shattered the beak, the source of the dragon roar and sound wave attacks. In an instant, 3 critical parts were destroyed. You insufferable vermin that even tearing apart wouldn't satisfy. Even with its split beak, Wingian roared back. Simultaneously, the wind wave pouring from its wings ended. The brief respite was over. Wingian ended the wind wave pattern and surged upwards into the sky. I won't kill you easily, all of you. I'll capture you alive. Until your flesh rots and your bones decay. I'll gnaw at you bit by bit with my beak. The one remaining eye of Wingian nearly flipped in fury. It hadn't even been hit on the dragon's scale, yet it was so enraged that it had already entered a berserk state. Good. It's gone berserk. Seeing things go according to plan, I felt relieved. Of course, the horn, the eye, and the beak were Wingian's key destructible parts. But the core of its power was never really these. Ultimately, the source of its insane mobility and mind control was the wings, true to Wingian's name. Nevertheless, the reason I had ordered the Vanguard heroes to aim for any part for destruction was because of this berserk state. Once any part of Wingian's body suffered damage, it would immediately become enraged and enter a berserk state. In a berserk state, it becomes impossible to think clearly, and although all its abilities increase in power, its defenses are lowered. Screech! Wingian soared to an immense height and stopped in midair. It seemed he was planning to incinerate us with an aerial breath attack now that the cooldown had ended. I turned to my side and spoke. Well done, Violet. There, Violet was breathing heavily, her mind fully focused. Violet, drenched in sweat, turned to me, and I smiled broadly. You can deactivate the illusion now. Finally! Relieved, Violet let out a long breath and deactivated the illusion she had maintained since the start of the battle. SSSSH. In the next moment, Wingian, preparing to unleash his breath in midair, instantly realized something. What are you? That someone had stealthily climbed onto his back. Riding on the dragon's back was an elf, her long green hair whipping about in the fierce wind. Verdandi, a scion of the elf royal family, a chosen of the elf god, our side's strongest assassin, and Xing, holder of the strongest dragon slayer weapon currently possessed by the World Guardian Front, Isegam, made from the Tustivian's fangs. From the start, this whole operation was designed for Verdandi. I grinned. The Vanguard heroes charging noisily, hammering Wingian's head to draw his attention, and pushing him into a berserk state, all to give Verdandi, who had been hidden under Violet's illusionary realm from the start of the battle, a chance to climb onto this dragon. And Verdandi succeeded. While the Vanguard heroes distracted him, she approached from behind, riding the stream of water from King Poseidon, throwing her blink dagger, and stealthily climbed onto his body. It's high. Gazing distantly at the surface far below, Verdandi murmured emotionlessly. From her downcast cold eyes, a vivid golden color flowed. It will be satisfying to bring it down. At the same time, the dagger, Isegam, touched down on Winjian's left wing joint. Isegam was a dagger forged from the magic core and symbol of Tustivian, a dragon specialized in breath magic radiation. Naturally, the dagger inherited the same properties. Grew. From the tip of the dagger, a vivid green magic current swirled and gathered, as if magic was being drawn into the mouth of a dragon preparing to breathe. Wah? Winjian had no time to utter anything else. Verdandi was not a sloppy assassin who allowed her prey to utter last words. Clang. From the tip of the dagger, pure green magic shot out like a dragon's breath, and Verdandi, holding the dagger spewing green flames with both hands, forcefully slashed down. Flash. In the dark sky of the Lake Kingdom, a vivid green slash was etched, following its trajectory. Whoosh! Winjian's massive left wing was cleanly sliced off from the wing joint. Kreawa. As the severed wing spilled copious amounts of blood and feathers, the vile dragon screamed in agony. Chapter 640. Kra. As feathers and a tremendous amount of blood sprayed from the severed wing joint, Winjian let out a terrible scream. The creature that lost a wing lost all balance and lift and started to plummet immediately. From afar, Verdandi, having sliced through the creature's back, could be seen deploying her parachute. It hit the mark! I shouted in triumph. It was only natural to drop it from as high as possible if it was going to fall anyway. Verdandi had carved off Winjian's wing right when it was preparing its breath at its highest point. And even for a dragon falling from that height, Quum couldn't possibly be unscathed. Winjian crashed into the ruins of the museum building, the very palace ruins it had destroyed and smashed into the ground. Due to the dragon's massive body and tremendous weight, a thick cloud of dust erupted in all directions. Even for a dragon, this is a decisive blow. I judged that the creature must have died instantly or at least been in a groggy state. It seemed other heroes made the same judgment as they all sensed victory and relaxed their expressions. There was no way it could survive a fall from that height. Whoosh dash. But it wasn't so. Just a few seconds later, the thick cloud of dust swirled and converged into a single point before clearing up. And there, amidst the ruins, battered and bloodied, Winjian was seen preparing its breath again. Its one remaining eye was staring right at me. That thing had continued to prepare its breath even while falling from the sky, even as its wings were sliced off and it crashed to the ground, shattering its body. Breath! Everyone, dodge! I shouted a beat too late. You've underestimated the offspring of the black dragon, human. Winjian, finishing its preparation, uttered with an evil grin. You thought mere wounds like these would stop me? I calmly tried to dodge the trajectory of the breath it was about to unleash. But then I realized the existence of my fellow heroes behind me, equally petrified and immobile. The support heroes had gathered together, not expecting Winjian to fire a breath in such a dire situation. Thus their scattering was delayed. We couldn't dodge the breath in time. Gore! Instead of dodging, I slammed my standard into the ground. Churr! The ultimate skill, the foremost flag, activated, and a wall of magic power bloomed like a flower, instantly springing up directly in front of the breath's path. And at the same time, Winjian unleashed its breath. Qua! Between the gaping beak, Winjian's breath was fired. The violent swirl of magical power surged towards us like rays of light, and the next moment it collided with the magic wall. Thwum dash! Winjian's breath burst over the layered magic walls. It was unbelievable how such a wounded creature could emit such an overwhelming breath. The walls melted away and were pierced in an instant. Pumping magic power desperately to repair and erect new walls, I screamed. Everyone, get out of the trajectory! Your Highness! Hurry! I'm at my limit! Quickly dash! The layered walls fell like dominoes. The heroes behind me scattered desperately to either side, and I, no longer able to hold on, tried to dodge as well. Thwack dash! But before I could completely escape the range of the breath, the last wall was penetrated, and the breath bore down right in front of me. Damn it! As the breath pushed forward, I suddenly remembered my comrades who had scolded me to wear some armor. Would I have survived this if I had worn that new armor with the barrier function? As I pondered this, the last wall was penetrated by the breath heading straight for me. Hop! Suck dash! Is split into two streams. Suddenly, Hecate in her blue armor had rushed forward and swung her sword, splitting the dragon's breath in an instant. In front of this unbelievable miracle, too stunned to move, I just stood there with my mouth open when someone suddenly yanked me aside. Turning around, it was the other knights of the Glory Knights. They were pulling me in unison, dragging me out of the range of the dragon's breath. Hecate! As I called out while being dragged away, Hecate, still in her sword-wielding stance, flashed a brief smile. Qua! And the next moment, she was enveloped and disappeared in the breath. I gritted my teeth as I watched her beige hair, red eyes, and the blue armor she received from Lucas burn away in an instant. Where do you think you're escaping to dash? I have no idea how it managed to speak while spewing breath. Winjan relentlessly twisted the trajectory of its breath to pursue me. And just like their captain had done, the Knights of the Glory Knights did not hesitate to throw themselves into the path of the breath to save me. The knights each deployed their noble skills to momentarily halt the advance of the breath, and in the next moment, they burned to death. While they sacrificed their lives one by one, I was held by the firm hands of the remaining knights, struggling to escape the range of the pursuing breath. As if indifferent to the lives it swallowed, Winjan continuously adjusted the trajectory of its breath to target my life. And right after the last knight threw himself into the breath without a moment's hesitation. Sage dash. Hecate, her body burnt and melted, dashed along the ground and once more swung her sword, cutting through the breath. At that point, Winjian's breath finally ceased. The attack of Winjian's breath felt eternal, but in reality, it lasted only a few seconds. Hecate! I ran to Hecate. The blue armor gifted by Lucas had completely melted away, and in her old magical bandages, regenerating her burnt body, Hecate was gasping for breath. Are you hurt, Your Highness? Is that what you should be asking right now? Are you okay? We are fine. We became like this for this very reason. I gritted my teeth and surveyed the area swept by Winjian's breath. Everything swept up in those few seconds of magical radiation had turned to ashes. And within these ruins, the knights who saved me were gasping for breath, regenerating their bodies. This is the Glory Knights. Knights who would sacrifice their lives again and again to protect the Emperor. The immortal curse etched in their flesh, the ever-unyielding Imperial Guard. His Imperial Majesty has commanded us to protect His Highness the Prince as we have protected him all this time. Hecate gave a weary smile. We are merely doing what we must. I had much to say, but it wasn't clearly formed, and there was no time to clarify. Winjan was preparing its next attack. You rat-like creatures! I'll finish you with this attack. Winjan fiercely raised its remaining right wing. Like a missile battery, black magic power wrapped around the feathers on the wing, readying them to fire. Block it dash! The vanguard heroes were rushing desperately to stop Winjan. But because there was quite a distance between the point where Windwave was used and the current point of descent, they were short on time. And Winjan, as if the vanguard heroes rushing to kill it were invisible, swung its wing mightily only at me. Do-do-do-do-do-do dash! A sound like a machine gun firing erupted as thousands of feathers poured from the wing. The feathers, filling the sky and targeting not just me but also the rear support heroes behind me, flew at us. Hecate quickly came in front of me, ready to shield me with her body, and the rear support heroes prepared their defenses as well. But it was dangerous. I once again planted the standard into the ground and summoned a wall of magic, gritting my teeth. Could we withstand it? Wah wah. Especially problematic was Violet, who lacked defensive abilities. Seeing the rain of feathers falling over her head, Violet crouched down tightly. I don't want to DE. Watching Violet scream, I clicked my tongue. Should I use the mage party? Currently, the mage party and Damien were positioned far away for some reason. I prepared to pull out the blue flame torch from my inventory. No choice, it's too dangerous. I had to send a support request. But then, crack. At that very moment, above Violet's head, the entrance to my exclusive dimensional space for capturing beasts tore open. Thump, elegantly waving its 6 tails. A dragon without eyes, nose, or mouth claw of the black dragon, Parika emerged. I blinked in disbelief. Hey, I didn't even summon you, why did you jump out? Clink, clank. Parikian emitted noises as if armor was moving all over its body and turned its long, blunt head towards Violet, who was crouched down. Thump dash. It suddenly kicked off the ground and leapt into the air. Then it started to coil its body and spin around in midair. Why-ying. With a sound like an engine starting, Parikian's body heated up red as it wrapped its own body with dark magic power and spun like a top. And following its movements, Parikian's magic power shot out into the air like a torrential rain. And this barrage of black magic met with Winjian's feather bombardment coming from the opposite sky. Quum! It exploded. It wasn't a complete mutual destruction, but more than half of the feather bombardment was cancelled out by this interception. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths agape. What's it doing? I mean, it's a captured beast, but why is it blocking its sibling's attack without being asked? Gracefully landing on the ground, Parikian stood in front of Violet and then scooped her under its belly. Huh? What? Violet looked confused but, not wanting to die, she quickly crawled and hid under Parikian's belly. Amid my confusion, a desperate shout from the Merking reached my ears. I will assist with the remaining interception, Prince Ash. Thank you, King Poseidon. King Poseidon summoned a stream of water with his trident, creating a barrier in the air, and I also erected a wall behind it in preparation. Boom! Rumble, rumble. Blam! Winjian's feather bombardment was still powerful. Thanks to Parikian's interception, the number of feathers was significantly reduced, and we were able to block them more easily. Thus, through the cooperative barrier creation of King Poseidon and myself, we were safely able to withstand the bombardment. Phew! After the bombardment, I finally took a breath as a bewildered voice came from the other side. Parikian! Winjan seemed incredulous, seeing Parikian fluttering beside Violet. What are you doing? However, Winjan couldn't finish its sentence, because our vanguard heroes had already aggressively approached and swung their weapons fiercely. How dare you attempt to harm our lord? I'll crush the rest of your horns too. Lucas and Duskbringer, infuriated, led the vanguard heroes who clung to Winjan. Yet Winjan, even in that state, roared fiercely and responded. It swung its sharply severed left wing joint and unleashed a dragon roar from its broken beak. It even managed to lift its crushed hind legs fiercely. The vanguard heroes struggled unexpectedly, and that's when it happened. From the ruins of the Museum Winjian had crashed into the eerie wailing began. Hoo-hoo. Ugh. Everyone looked puzzled at the source of the sound when suddenly, the Banshee Legion commander appeared, holding the head of the Dullahan Legion commander in her arms. Hoo-hoo. Coo-ha-ha. Mournfully wailing, the Banshee Legion commander lifted the dead Dullahan Legion commander's head and carelessly flung it towards Winjian's rear. Thump. Roll, roll. The head of the Dullahan Legion commander hit Winjian's rear and then rolled pitifully on the ground. Coo-ha-ha. The Banshee Legion commander continued to wail, pointing at Winjian's rear. What does that mean? As everyone watched her silently, trying to figure out the meaning, the Banshee Legion commander suddenly swept back the veil covering her face, casually brushed back her disheveled bangs. Ah, really? She said. His weak spot is here, you human brats. Try to understand.